right, welcome everybody. We're ready to go. Day number 1. It's myself, Laz, and Naokai to bring you through for CFS 2024 for the NA region now, where we get to see some different action being commenced. And Nao, how you feeling, my man?
I'm looking forward to this, right? We don't actually get to catch too many North American sides in general, right? We had one team coming towards Season 2 that are Swamp Gaming, but generally speaking, they're at a little bit of disadvantage just inherently. You know, they're on a bit of a kind of a higher ping in comparison. So when we get to see them come over and kind of, well, I guess in this sense, play against each other, there's no disadvantage. Everybody's at the same disadvantage. So it does make things quite interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to play out. These are our standings. Of course, we've got a few teams in the upper bracket. Swamp Gaming, who some of you might remember from the regular season. Season 2 didn't do all too well, bless them. But they were there nonetheless. Found themselves in the upper bracket round 2, kind of by precedent. But behind them, we've got Showtime and Aliens Army in the upper bracket round 1. And then in that lower bracket round 1, Fine Dining and Delusional is where they find themselves. So one of those two teams, if they want a chance of making the grand final, I've got to make a pretty terrific lower bracket run. It's not going to be easy, dude.
No, it's really not, right? And yeah, you can see like how this is going to be working out for the day is we're going to be having 3 different matches or 3 different series, and they are going to be best of 3. So that is going to be some potential grueling matches. And like you said, it's going to be interesting just because we recognize some of these players. Obviously, there's been names that have, you know, been in the scene, been kind of out of the scene for quite some time. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how well Swamp can play. Like, I think the spotlight is definitely on them as kind of the team to win it, or the team to beat, I would say, just because of their CFWL season, despite their lackluster performance. But I'm actually excited just to see what NA is going to be able to bring to this, just because, I mean, I think we can all agree that NA's always a little bit interesting. But look, we do have a little bit of an interview, a little bit of a demonstration of Showtime, so let's kick it. Let's run it.
So guys, I'm STAJ and I'm playing for the team Showtime. The key challenges we faced was an OT on Mexico, the second map against Team Delusional, and it was match point, and our teammate Gopher was in a 1v3 on A site, and he just clutched it up. He killed 2 coming down AC and killed the last guy with the M4 wall being the sniper Tony through A doors, and that was the closest match we had. Then we ended up winning the game. That was really the only challenge we had. Honestly, we did not prep at all. We just got on the game and really poked it out and somehow made it this far. So I think we just that good. Winning probably be good for the team because, like I said before, we came in with no practice really, no strat, just poked it out, hoping for the best. So that means we have great potential to be a better team, and it'll be good on our resume and whatnot, and obviously the money, so it'll be a good accomplishment. It feels great making this far into the finals because we expected to lose the first match. We did not expect to even play the next weekend, so it actually feels good. And our biggest competition is obviously Swamp Gaming. Those are my boys over there, so it'll be a fun match to play against them. I have to get my revenge, of course. Yeah, that'll be a fun game. That'll be a fun game. I really don't have much to say, so just thank you to everyone who's supporting us, who wants us to win. Just thank you, and STAJ out.
All right, that was interesting, right? I do like that we get to have a little bit of an insight into some of these teams, how they even got to where they are now, and sort of what the outlook is for them. Didn't do any prac, and I kind of respect that. No prac and still picking up a win is actually pretty damn commendable. A lot of teams do a lot of prep, right? Because they understand sort of what's at stake and kind of what kind of the future could hold if they're able to put up decent performances here and get some decent points. But hey, no prac and coming in and looking as kind of strong as they did, absolute credit to them. And it's interesting. I think this is going to be probably a big talk point they have all the way throughout this weekend, basically. This is a bracket to me that feels like it could be quite top heavy. We're gonna have teams like Swamp Gaming, for example, who have that experience on an international level, right, in that sense. And then we've got the other side where we look at teams who maybe don't as much and don't even do all that much practice. So what can they bring to the table?
Yeah, no, it's definitely a really good point you bring up, because I think for this bracket can definitely be one of those conversations and one of those situations where I think it would be different for, like, you know, the EUMENA, where it's like this is going to be very top heavy, and I do agree with you on that. So it is interesting that these players are probably going to be relying on like their just fragging ability and just kind of their experiences, like, you know, competition, things like that. So those are kind of the important factors, but the map pick's also going to be interesting, because I would be interested to see them like throw some funny curveballs. Like we talked, you know, that interview with AJ was saying, you know, Mexico, it's going to be the first ban, obviously, but I mean, look, we'll see what they're going to be able to bring to this, but it actually does look like, you know, the second map is Eagle Eye, so that already kind of raises my eyebrow a little bit.
It does. It is a little bit of a curveball. Eagle Eye is not that often picked into, so that for me feels like for Aliens Army, that's a bit of a kind of a pockets track, right? That's for them, where they're like, this is a map that we're just going to get a decent amount of prep under our belt, and we're going to come in against teams who maybe aren't expecting us to pick into this. It's very traditionally banned out in that first wave, as is sort of Mexico, for example, and Mexico does get that ban in that first string. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that Eagle Eye in particular, because you've got to have a game plan picking into it. It does also put a lot more pressure on that anchor, right? Because if Aliens Army are able to take it, and they do have something up their sleeve with Eagle Eye, that's a possibility of where a 2-0 could arise.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is a pretty big matchup, but just in the sense of, like, you know, for Showtime, I would probably consider them to probably be the underdog in this kind of a matchup. Because I mean, when you talk about Aliens Army, I mean, they have had really good experience. They have a lot of good, like, historical players on this team too. So that's where it kind of makes a big difference, where I think Showtime's going to be puggy. That's where it might be scary, though, is that they're going to play this very loose style. They're just going to try to frag out. They're going to, you know, do something a little bit weird and unorthodox. But that's what makes me excited about this this NA region here for this, because I think we're just going to see some raw fragging, and I think that's going to be very different than what we're used to in all the other regions we've covered.
It's true. I feel like this is going to come down to, you know, especially when we look at teams, you know, like 3BL, for example, top end over in kind of West League. We look at teams like Unnight and LCK, all teams that are kind of that kind of top level in the CrossFire West League, but obviously coming from kind of an EU sort of region. I think the big thing that NA are going to rely on is going to come down to stuff like the mechanics, right? That is where they're going to try and bail themselves out, have the mechanics maybe not as heavy on the sums of the strats themselves, but we'll take a look and see. We're live in towards map number 1, though, so let's get things started here. I'm looking forward to what can arise. Yeah, this has the possibility of being some quite exciting Crossfire. It's already off to a decent start, so Bone going to kickstart things with the EWM.
Not bad at all. And yeah, I mean, this is where we were talking about. It's just going to be very, you know, frag heavy. They're going to get aggressive. And I mean, there is some trades back, and Mercs is able to bring things to a 4-4, but it's the cost of his HP down to 7, right? So, I mean, this is, again, a little bit of a kickstart just for them to kind of feel the water, right? Like, you know, is it a bit too warm? And okay. And now that Om is going to make another connection again. So this time in favor for the Aliens Army. This is a nice little bit of a start. And they're just kind of staying cool, calm, and collected, right? They're not really pushing too far into this. And you can see that Showtime, they're really just trying to get a little aggro and catch them off guard, but it's not working.
No, I like this. Slow things down. Don't sort of try and do anything too audacious. Wait for the fights to come to you. And so far, that's what we're seeing. Slow, calm, methodical, and all of the rest. 1 minute 15 to work with. And no real commit of the C4 here either. You can see it sort of basically all the way back over towards spawn, or waiting to see where the plan is from here.
Yeah, with a minute remaining too, so Aliens Army definitely has to get moving a little bit on this. So they got the 3 players alive. They still have the C4 in their possession, which is all fine, but they got to make a decision now, right? But they are running into a bit of a stack. This is going to be 2 players ready to go. Bone just underneath here with the Alm, ready to go. Just fully equipped too. He's got all this utility. So this is the thing. Like, Aliens Army, they have to make a decision now. You can see they're going to backtrack on this. So this is a little awkward. It's going to be a free site, Nao, but at the same time, like, they got to get moving.
It's true. It is very true. It's a little bit of a foot race, and it's one in which, in all fairness, it does feel like Aliens Army might win out here. I mean, Smiley's sort of got the right idea, but fellas, we're not leaving a lot of time here. Less than 20 seconds to get on towards the site, get the C4 planted, make that 15. We're creeping under. They are not giving themselves a lot of time. However, they're just being given the space, and I'm quite surprised in that sense. C4 will go down, and yeah, now they've got room to work with here in the post bot. I'm just surprised that Smiley, who was in this direction, just gave them the luxury of a free plant.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. And I mean, like, a little bit of back and forth with some of that utility, but again, it's down to the 2v2. Now things are getting really nitty gritty here. You still got the 2 Alms. available for the BL side, and they're making their connections, and Michael just goes for a massive swing and already puts himself at a triple kill for this round alone. So, okay, not bad from Aliens Army. It started off a little bit grim. Again, I say little, but I mean, they respond pretty nicely, and you gotta love that they just got the double sniper out. They're just, they're feeling it, man, and this is kind of that, you know, frag-hungry ability we were talking about.
It's very true. If we can start to see that a little bit, then might just have something developing up our sleeve. But all in all, it was, you know, slow off the offset. It was, oh, we're back to us. Yeah, it was slow on the offset. It was a little bit, I mean, questionable. I think it's probably the way I would go for it for a little bit, just because, you know, they had less than 15 seconds to get that C4 done. However, the big thing is that they did. And now, of course, we got the other side where we do get to potentially see some development coming forward from this. If we can see Aliens Army find gaps like that, we might just be on for something.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, now even for Aliens Army, now there's not really messing around on this, right? I mean, now they're going to group up. They're probably, again, I'd be curious about the preparation. Aliens Army, to me, is probably the one team that is definitely the advantage in this matchup, but we'll have to see how much they've been prepared, right? We see a lot of teams where the CFWL teams, they come with a really good exec into the site. You see the paw flash is going to be thrown, but imagine, oh, he's not able to imagine much because he's a den man, and now AJ trying to see if he's able to find, but look at the Aliens Army, man. They're just taking over. They've been able to plant the saucer, and they got themselves into a site. And now, Showtime, they need to come up big with this retake.
Yeah, this is not easy. And this is a nice little tempo shift as well from Aliens Army. You know, they take the initial engagement much earlier in the round, and now they're just setting things up. I mean, Go Free going to get caught through that smoke, and it already starts to feel like it's drifting apart. Smiley and Bone, so much to do, so little to work with. And this one really does feel like it's probably dead in the water here. I mean, we'll see, but they're taking their sweet time. C4 will only just go down now, in all fairness. But now that we're in a post-pot, now that we're in a time to kind of set ourselves up, I really don't know whether there's going to be too much behind this. Bone going to get caught. Smiley's all that's left, and probably not for much longer. He's being hunted. They're getting aggro, and the trades will come through. Smiley falls, and that'll be another round for Aliens Army.
This isn't bad though. Like, honestly, like, this is still from like Showtime. Again, like, playing on the, you know, the GR side is not, I would say it is easier in some sense. I wouldn't say it's like a heavy, you know, favoritism on this map, but you definitely have a little bit of that buff where you can be on the defense.
Yeah.
But we're starting to see that Aliens Army, again, like, being probably one of the second best NA teams if we have that. I mean, it's pretty limited the amount of teams in the NA region, but you can see that they're just kind of outclassing them with just overall experience and just their, you know, repertoire of their map control and just kind of handling these situations, whereas Showtime's kind of getting a little bit, you know, one-man army, kind of frag hungry, trying to make a play, which that's not going to result very big, but we'll see if things can switch up, right? I mean, slowly early rounds, and Sen maybe, ooh, no, Smiley gets the better of it, and look at that. I thought maybe a double, but nah, it's going to come a little bit short.
All right. 3 remaining on that GL side, and honestly, not a lot of information for them to work with, especially now that the numbers are in favor of Aliens Army. They can once again just play the numbers game. They don't need to do anything too audacious. Hold, wait, and see what pops up, but I don't know. So far, this just feels like you can trade your way on towards the site. They're going towards B. You know, once again, we saw this in the round earlier. There's just not a lot here, right? They're going to get at least the early looking towards the site sort of for free. I mean, AJ, he's doubling back over, but it's sort of too late. Nate will come down, sure, but now they've got to play a retake with the numbers not in their favor. I don't know if I back them.
I'm loving this. And, ooh, okay. Nice shot from Michael once again. And man, he's just making a lot of good connections on this, but now you just got down to 2 players. Oh, man, Michael is just a menace with the arm right now, just making full connections. Set is 7-0 right now. Hasn't even taken a death yet. And there it is. It's going to be cleaned up a little bit here from Josh, but okay, once again, Aliens Army, man, they're making this look pretty easy. And I mean, this is helpful, right? When the obvious thing to say is when you have your sniper making connections like this and winning these opening engagements, it's just going to go light years ahead for you, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So if Michael still plays this way, this could be a very quick game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He keeps stepping up in quite a big way. And I do like as well how we're seeing actually a few different people across the board pick up the arm, right? I mean, double arming on that BL side. Oh, that probably should have been a kill for Double M, but no, he sort of just didn't shoot. He kind of looked at him for a little while and never actually pulled the trigger.
No, it's so true. And this is the thing, like now that Showtime are up the amount advantage, it kind of makes you wonder, like, okay, are they going to be still aggro, or are they going to play this a little bit more disciplined? And I only wonder this too, just because AJ's interview is so funny, just about, yeah, we're just better. We're just pugging it. We're not prepping. Like, it's all good. And kind of makes you wonder. And even there, Smiley gets a little bit entertained of the idea, like, oh, maybe I'll peek mid. But no, you're dead. And now they're trying to do something else to kind of reconvene that advantage. But it's not looking like it's going to be likely here, Neo, because you can see Aliens Army, once again, they had their control on A main. Now they kind of spread out throughout the entire map. So they've got a lot of real estate, all things considered, with still a minute to work with.
Yeah. Well, so far, does feel like the first time where we saw potentially an opportunity for Showtime, but then let it slip a little bit, and it does now sort of make us question what is the plan once again for them to try and find success here. It looks like we want to go for an A here. There's 2 players here from Showtime. AJ, and imagine, I mean, playing the good angle, sure, but not exactly an easy fight to be taken. But then again, 30 seconds on the other side. Aliens Army aren't giving themselves a lot of time.
Yeah, with 25 seconds remaining, they got to get going. Like, this is the thing. Well, like, this is the second or third time we've seen this, and now it's just becoming a little bit of a slaughterhouse because it's all down to Mercs here. He needs to be able to come up clutch, and that might be able to help out a little bit, but at least there's going to be some reply back here from Showtime. I was thinking if this third person would have went down, oh god, that would have been so close. But either way, I mean, looks like a little bit of an issue, but yeah, Showtime are going to be able to get themselves around back onto the board. And honestly, I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Yeah, I think it probably just seems like somebody might have DC'd. I think hopefully only a quick one to get them back in. I mean, luckily for the most part, it is quite literally a case of just reconnecting. So generally should only take a second, then we can get things back on the way. But at the very least, Showtime get around on the board, and then now get a little bit of a foundation to work with. However, for me, I mean, this is a side that I generally do think is BL-sided. I mean, we saw it. Obviously, we were all, me, you, and Jordan, we were out in Vietnam recently doing the Summer Championships, and we saw this map played a lot by some of the best sides in the world. And yeah, we did see that it was pretty heavily BL-sided. I think for now, if we can get this BL side to probably at least like 5 rounds, maybe even 6, you set yourself up in a really nice position if you are Aliens Army. On the other side though, if we can see the GR side start to push to minimum 4, but maybe even 5 themselves, I would say it's a really good half.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, I think if we can see the GR team be able to pull up string some rounds here, that'd be a nice way for the BL side to come into a good fluidity, because I think a lot of these teams are going to be aggro. They're going to be, you know, a little bit in your face. So I think the BL side will be interesting that way. But I think a lot's going to ride on the GR side to see how well these teams can react to situations. And that's where I was kind of saying it's easier to play on the GR side, but it's also not, because if you lose the site, then you're playing retake, and retake is never an easy thing to do. So it's going to be interesting to see how well, like, you know, even Showtime to use this little bit of a break to maybe kind of, you know, reconfigure the game plan quickly. Yeah,
it's true. We do need to see things start to make kind of a change for the better. We need to see a little bit of control coming through from the Showtime side, just because I feel like at the moment it's quite scrappy, it's quite reliant off the back of, I think individual fights. And if individual fights don't go well, they do start to just falter a little bit. So we need to see a bit of control come through, just slow things down a tad, and give yourselves opportunities to take a round, whether it's off the back of advantages, playing off the back of these numbers games, this, that, and the other. For now though, it does seem like it is just a waiting game until we get back in, and there we go. Nice and simple. Back on the way. Like we said, 3-1 scoreline. So first round on the board is good, but we do need to see more.
Yeah, not bad at all, but Aliens Army definitely looking in a prime position right now. And it's all, like, again, this play right here, the fact that Smiley just gets a bit aggressive like this with no trade. Oh, God, Bone, you got to be able to hit this, brother. You got to go, but now he's going to pull back. And look, he's a dead man. He's hit the grave. And look at how clean that Aliens Army has just been able to take this site. Within, what, like 25 seconds, they get the site control. Now we're going to be playing the retake game like we just talked about. So, and there's 5 players alive here from Aliens Army, so this is going to be worse from where?
All right.
Oh, God.
Behind. Oh, hang on. LSN most definitely should have been getting that kill. He runs out of ammo, fluffs his lines, all the rest. But yeah, not great. Michael will get one of his, though, and everything gets closed off. So there was a brief opportunity where it looked a little shaky. Thankfully, it was recollected, and we're back to an okay position. But yeah, for a moment, that looked a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, it definitely did. And, you know, that's the thing is, like, again, Aliens Army, like, you have some players that are well known that have been around for quite some time. Like, again, like we said, like Mercs and like Michael, like they've played in CFS events in the past. So it's not like they're a stranger to this competition, and they're doing a good job. Like, I mean, they were the ones that, you know, have been able to beat a lot of good teams in the qualifier to get themselves in this stage. So this is where a lot's riding on it. I mean, I know Showtime was kind of feeling confident, like, oh yeah, our only competition is probably going to be Swamp, but so far not looking good for them. And I mean, AJ, you know, the man that was interviewed, the man I was kind of quoting, he's able to get himself a decent start of an opener. But again, this seems to be the same story that we've seen over and over again here, Nao.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think, you know, the way I'm looking at things as well is for Showtime at the moment, it's just been, like I said, very individually based. The issue is that Aliens Army on the other side, it's very teamwork based. They're playing off each other well. They're giving the, you know, using their util in a position where it is giving themselves just such easier fights. And I think that's the issue, that Showtime has been spread very thin. So, all in all, pretty well played from Aliens Army thus far. Even just one more round now in this half, and I think they're sitting pretty comfy.
Oh yeah, man. Like no doubt at all. I mean, that's the thing. It's Aliens Army. If they can put themselves in a 5-1, like that's going to be just massive, right? So this is really the question about Showtime, just being able to string more rounds. And this is the thing. Like when you have the sniper, like someone like Bone needs to be able to hit these shots. It's just not looking like it's making any connections. And look at that. Even Josh right there. Again, a quick little double kill for himself. Mercs, I talked about him. And there it is. It's looking like fifth is going to be on the board unless we see some kind of crazy clutch attempt here from Imagine. He's gonna have to do something gigantic with 65 HP with a full belty utility. He has to be able to find something, but Mercs has different plans in store. A full face of lead. And Aliens Army, man, they ain't messing around. They want to get this thing done nice and quick.
Yeah, that's true. It feels like Aliens Army are kind of in complete control here. They've got such a good showing out the gate, and I don't know if things are going to be changing by any means. There's nothing really shown in the early part of this game so far, which makes us feel like anything is going to change, right? Aliens Army, the sort of the rounds they're winning. The good thing is we like to see rounds that are replicable, and all of them are. A bit of a change up here, though, I will say. However, they don't expect the flank. Mercs looks for 3, gets 3 as well. Make that maybe even 4 as well. No, gets caught by the Colt, but even still, 3 should be enough, surely.
You would think so, right? I mean, like, this is just crazy, right? I mean, look, I was talking about Michael's having a really good game. Still is, obviously, but now Mercs is just, since we had that break, putting himself at 7 duels. And, okay, well, it's looking pretty good here so far. And Aliens Army, like we said, I like the attempt from Showtime, like trying to get a little bit more aggro mid, but this positioning, again, just familiarity of, you know, Mercs just running around, knowing the map, and just the simple setups lands him a big round. So 6-1 is not looking so good here for the Showtime crew, but at least Bone, he's got himself a little redemption. He's able to kind of get that all moving a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. You'll take it. You'll take it. Thing is, though, and this is, you know, I don't mean to be a bit of a downer on the mood here, we have seen quite a few opening kills from Showtime, and they still haven't led to rounds, and this is looking like it could be, once again, more of the same. Gophie's been spotted on towards the site, and Mercs is getting up close. They should get it for free. And this is another one of those. Lads, this is a big issue that I'm starting to see now. Another round where Showtime as a team get the opening kill, and then they immediately just get pulled apart.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Nao, that's a really good little bit of a point you bring up here, because that is the case. Like, they get that man advantage, and they're like, okay, hang on, maybe things are going to work out. But all of a sudden, Aliens Army's like, wow, we're not really phased by that. We're just going to be able to bring things back and look at what we're talking about. Even losing LSN early, now they're on a 4-on-2. Like, that never always happens, right? Like, I feel like that's not usually a thing. So a clutch situation right now for Bone and Smiley. But again, it's short-lived here, because now Smiley needs to be able to land some shots, but Josh is just so much better. And my God, 7-1. And, you know, I haven't been able to see, I'm not going to call it yet, but, you know, like a big lead like this in a long, long time. But it might be in the deck of cards here now.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, there really is very little, unfortunately, on offer here from Showtime. And, you know, you have to go back to the interview a little bit. You know, we didn't do much prep, he was saying. It's kind of showing right now, but they will get the opening couple. And Mercs is actually trying to be a bit of a nuisance. And Mercs doing actually really good work. They're going to come down as well. I don't know if they're close enough that's going to make a difference, but it doesn't matter. They actually go aggro themselves, 2 versus 1, and Lewis got a lot to do.
Yeah, a whole lot of work to do. This is, again, a situation where we see the man advantage for Showtime, but is it going to be enough? And right now, for Lewis, in a position right now to get this free plant, the post plant is going to be the most important thing here because, again, getting the C4 down, getting the aggressive position to be able to find a fight. But you can see that AJ and Imagine are playing together. This is the best thing they can do. They're playing for the trade. So a lot is riding on Lewis to be able to find something big here. He's been just kind of exploring, making sure he can clear things up. He's actually going to go for the plant in between the boxes. So this is interesting. So it's not a good plant for him. He's going to try to use these boxes to maybe go for the 1-on-1 fights here, but this is where he has to win this fight. Oh God, his back's turned. He's got to check his 6 and now catches Imagine. He might be able to have this grip of timing. Oh my dear God, but AJ will be able to just keep them alive barely. Austin looking a little grim there, but all right, not bad with a 7-2.
My God, that was... Whew, you know, made you hold your breath for a moment. I mean, honestly, even 7-2 though, dude, as a half goes, I don't know if there's much chance. I know it's, you know, it's a map in which I do think is very BL-sided, but I don't think it's that BL-sided. It was just a great showing. Aliens Army looked fantastic all the way throughout. There was very little you can say on kind of a negative note from them. They, you know, even the only thing that I guess you could say is a downside was they were losing the opening kill in quite a few rounds. However, they still won the round. So ultimately, who cares? I think it's the main thing. But honestly, really well played. I think they looked fantastic. They played kind of great crossfire all the way throughout, and I think going in towards this second half, it's probably going to be more the same because they fundamentally just look more like a team rather than just kind of 5 individuals, which unfortunately is what Showtime are.
Well, and I'm so glad we did the interview with Showtime because I was really curious what they were going to say. I was wondering what their comments were going to be, and it's one of those things where I swear when players get interviewed and they make comments about anything, they just you know, they kind of like backfire on what they say. Like, you know, we don't prep. We don't really practice. And yeah, the only competition is Swamp. And it's like, I don't know about that. I think Aliens Army's kind of proven there's some competition not to mess with here.
Yeah, do you know what as well on the other side? I always really like, I don't understand. Like, so if you're not prepping, it's kind of like on the other side, it's like, so you're not expecting to achieve anything, right? Or if you're trying to act cool, if you win, it doesn't even make you look that cool because it's just like, you know, if you'd won, you know, you should have won better then, you know, if you actually done some prep. And then if you lose, it just kind of makes you look stupid, right? You know, we've done no prep and then you've just lost the half 7-2 on, if I'm right in remembering on, you know, your opponent's map pick. So, I mean, it is just for me where it's like, you know, Aliens Army are looking so great. And then they've got this Eagle Eye, their pick coming up next, right? Which is meant to be this sort of pocket pick they've got up their sleeve. I mean, I don't know. It just, I don't really understand the kind of the thought process. If you've not prepared and you just haven't prepared, it kind of just makes you think like, why? Like, why are you even playing, right? If you just like, are you just expecting to lose then? Like, what are you going to gain out of this? You know, surely there's a weekend better spent. Or on the other side, of course, it's where had a prep, who knows what can happen. Oh, Lewis! That is a lovely way to close things out. And if only Showtime would prepare for that one.
No kidding. I mean, like, just beautiful shots, right? Like, look at this again. We talk about the individual prowess, and right there, just a little tap and done. Yeah, man, an 8-2, and that's the thing. Like we were saying, like, you know, Showtime probably like in this whole qualifier, like this is, you know, probably the dark horse team, a team that's going to be maybe a contender for that, you know, 3rd, 4th place team, right? Like maybe the top 3 conversation. But at the same token, I mean, we're talking about Aliens Army, which I would probably put them as a, you know, potentially a grand finalist here against a team like Swamp if Swamp does well. But we're gonna have to see, because right now it's a little bit of back and forth. They're just doing a little bit of DMing in mid, and already now Showtime has lost everybody except for Bone. Bit of a quiet game for him too, so he's gonna have to pick a few bones here because he's got 4 to take down. and he's already getting flanked, and we're already a map point here for Aliens Army.
Yeah. Honestly, super deserved as well. They've looked fantastic. Very little issues all the way throughout. And yeah, it's been a bit of a joy to watch, in all fairness. This Aliens Army side, there's very little we can say anymore in sort of a positive way, right? They've just been fantastic. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and it might just continue getting better. Oh, this is looking great. Cold pulled out, and what a way to close it. LSN highlight reel of a final in that round, and oh my god, that was a quick map and a wonderful showing off from Aliens Army. We sort of said before Kickstarter Day, kind of off camera, there might be a couple of one-sided games because it's going to be slightly top-heavy. Swamp Gaming or a side that everyone's looking towards, but Aliens Army, we should keep an eye out for them because that was pretty miraculous.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Aliens Army, like, I remember hearing a little bit about them and just like, yeah, they're a pretty good team, a team that could, you know, cause some good games and stuff like that. And they definitely did. I mean, the fact that we were for a map pick like this for a 10-2, and honestly, not really breaking a sweat. Even those rounds they lost were pretty close situations. So it's for them like another day at the office, I guess. Yeah. But I think for Showtime, they're going to have to clean it up because now you're playing Eagle Eye, which honestly is not going to be an easy map. I thought that Ankara might have been a bit more forgiving for them, but evidently that's not the case here.
Yes. Yeah, we need to see something change for Showtime. I really don't know, though, if it can. For me now, the way I'm looking at it, I don't think it comes down to, oh, what's the map, or what side are you starting on, or whose pick is it? You know, these sort of question marks. I think it just comes down to the way in which they're playing, and I think the understanding that Aliens Army have, the teamwork, the individuals look crisp as. I mean, there's very few things where you can say, okay, this is how Showtime are going to find the advantage, or in this area they're going to find opportunities, right? It's just, unfortunately, right now, Aliens Army are the better side, and they're playing the better CrossFire, and there's very few mistakes being made. And if there's a side who are as sort of crisp as this, trying to find ways back into this feels pretty unlikely.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like I briefly mentioned in the beginning, and I can see some fans are, you know, in the chat as well, like talking about some of the old school players, and that's where we talk about people like Mercs and Michael. Like, again, I've been in CFS events, but I mean a lot of historical, you know, events they've been to, plays, and you can kind of see it here as well. Michael was, you know, just playing lights out with the and then you even got to see Mercs just like running around and just being a demon with the rifle. So you love to see it, and that's where we talked about some of that history and experience really did show in this match. And like I said, barely breaking a sweat on this. I don't know if we're going to be able to bring up the stats, just because that will be really interesting to see overall who kind of finished on top of that map one, just because I feel like it's going to be really close between Michael and Mercs, because those two guys as a combination were just, they were lethal, to say the least. Yeah,
they were. And honestly, I think when you look at it as well on the other side, if we can see a little bit more of that in towards the second map. Also, one of the big things that Aliens Army were wielding that double sniper, right? And I think that's where we can look in towards Eagle Eye. For me, that's probably one of the best maps to have a double sniper on it. LCK did a lot in the CrossFire West League with Spoxy and Flex. They looked so good when they were doing it, and I think it's probably something that we can see more of heading in towards this map number 2. But yeah, we'll run through some of these highlights again. You can see there, yeah, you know, they're pretty quick, right? It was a one-sided showing. A great performance out from Aliens Army, and unfortunately Showtime, they just barely got going.
Yeah, barely got going is definitely the one way I'd probably describe it as well, but it just felt like, again, an outclass that we see from Aliens Army. They looked really good, and let's not forget they also beat like some good teams, like, you know, like Fine Dining at 2-0 in the qualifier, like we said. So this was probably one of the teams I would have probably put on the top. It ain't over yet, right? I mean, this is a best of 3, so there is a potential we could see Showtime be able to bring things back. But honestly, just seeing how lackluster of their performance was on this map 1, I mean, I just realistically don't see it. But I mean, look, I'm not going to be you know, fully pessimistic. I'm gonna have a little bit of optimism here to see if there can be the underdog story now to maybe take it to a map 3.
Yeah, exactly that. But all in all, I don't know. Showtime, they need to use this sort of 10 to 15 minute break effectively. It's not the easiest thing to do. So we'll see. You take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end of that 10-2, though. Great showing coming forward, and honestly, a pleasure to watch, if we're being completely honest. Lewis looked fantastic. Michael with a 6 KD, ladies and gents, is incredible. Mercs with 3.2. Ain't too bad either.
Now, when do you ever see that? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think I've, you and I have covered CFWL for a while now, and it's like, I don't think I've ever seen stats like that, right? Like, I was saying, like, the Michael and Mercs combination is going to be close. I didn't realize that Michael was literally sitting at a 6.0 KD. Like, I knew it was high, but I didn't think it'd be that high. So this is definitely a monstrosity of stats, but you love to see it. And that's what we were kind of talking about. The exciting piece about these NA teams is that it is going to be gloves off. It's just going to be aggression. It's going to be, just a lot of firefights. Whereas the CFWL teams, they like to be a little bit slow and methodical, things like that. But you know what? We're going to take things a little bit slow because we're going to get ready for a break as we get these teams a little bit cooled off or maybe more warmed up here for the second map. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a little bit.
What's going on, everyone? My name is Mercs, and I'm playing for Team Aliens Army. We're obviously blessed to have made it this far, but the job isn't finished yet. We still have to go out there and win a couple more games and secure that first place. After that, that's when we can relax and be excited and be happy. I think our biggest challenge going to this qualifier is that we're a new team. So that comes with our chemistry not being there, like a team that's been together for like a year or two. But I do still think that we have the talent to beat any team in this region. We try to practice as much as we can. A lot of us have full-time jobs, school, etc. So it can go hard sometimes. But I think that at the end of the week, we still go through our smokes, flashes, nades. We get our scrims in, we pub, and I think we're ready to go as a team. I think we can win it all. I think our biggest competition is definitely Swamp Gaming. It is my ex-team, and they do have a lot of veterans like Kai's, Famous, and Brando. They have a young new talent, Hunt, and they have GZY, he's an animal, But I do think we have the supportive system and the talent to beat them. I think we are the better team, and we are going to beat Swamp Gaming. Winning CFS would mean a lot to my team. We grind the game, we study the game, we study other teams, we study other players. So, our main goal is to just win CFS. That's everyone's main goal. And if we can accomplish that, I'd be more than happy, and my teammates would be very happy with that. I want to thank everyone who's been supporting me and my team throughout this journey. Without you guys, we're nothing. I love you guys, I appreciate you guys, and I hope we can secure that first place. Peace.
Hi there. I told you it was going to be short, but we're back and ready to go. And in case you missed it, a really good interview with Mercs from Aliens Army. And honestly, there was a lot of things I liked about that interview just because I think he was pretty humble, but also a little bit realistic about things as well, saying like, look, we all work full time. We're in school full time. We're doing all these things, but we are practicing. We are doing what we can to be a competitor. And I thought the one thing that was interesting, Neo, is that I love that he said the biggest competition is Swamp, but we're going to beat Swamp. So those are sort of fighting words, man. That's a cool statement to make here.
And I gotta say, just look at the kind of the comparison between, Mercs there and AJ, who he had at the start. AJ was saying, yeah, we're not really pracking, we're just going to turn up, but we're still going to win. And then you've got Mercs saying, we're practicing as much as we can around our full-time jobs and school and all the rest, and we're going to try and beat everybody. And the direct difference is the teams that are practicing and working as hard as possible are winning 10-2, and the teams that aren't pracking are getting destroyed 10-2. So, take it as you will. I think direct showing of putting the hard yards in, putting the work in is, of course, going to lead to a victory. So we'll see if that continues in towards map number 2. But a very quick map number 1. Honestly, that one felt, it's only half past now. So, not exactly spending a lot of time in that game, that's for sure.
Oh boy, well, it's already actually for Showtime to start things off nicely, actually, maybe even a full sweep potentially, because they've just taken down 4 players. AJ's down to the critical HP, and yes, indeed, it's going to be a flawless round for them, so they're going to start things off very nicely. We haven't been able to say that very much for them at all, but a little bit of a turnaround. But let's not forget, they are on the GR side of this map, so again, we have to be able to see what that firepower is going to be able to bring to this. And again, the one thing we have to note is this is an alms paradise, right? This is where you have a lot of angles you can work with. So Bone, we're watching you, bro. We're watching what you're doing. I'm going to see if he's going to be able to make some better connection this game.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, at the very least, for Showtime, a little bit better. And I think, at least some foundations to work with. We'll have to see, though, whether they can keep it up consistently. That's a different showing. Bone, up close. AJ going to be the first to fall as well. Not exactly great. And Bone will also drop as well. Mercs, a great little double. A two-piece coming through from him. Michael sitting up on high as well, waiting for a push going to come through. It looks like for now he's got quite a bit of room to work with. I don't really know what Showtime do here. Imagine a Smiley, they don't have a lot of information to go off.
Still with like time to remain here, they got to get going. But imagine, yeah, man, imagining a 1-on-5 not going to be happening in this one, because you can just see that we talked about a flawless round that happened for Showtime. We see a flawless round that's going to be through on Aliens Army, and I might have hit a nerve, Nail. That might have struck them a little bit, because they're like, you know what? You think you can just flawlessly get around on us?
Yeah.
We're going to do the exact same damn thing. So I love the turnaround from them. They don't just crumble, right? They bounce right back into this and make this a tie game, which is a good thing. And even for Showtime, they're a little bit more turtled up on this defense. They're not playing aggressive in hotel, and they're kind of parking the break.
It's true. It's true. I think for Showtime, they realize that they try and get overly aggressive, they're going to struggle. I don't think they can go for head-to-head duels constantly with Aliens Army. Maybe I speak too soon. So I'm going to get the first, but then Josh and Michael also going to combine for one apiece. Harold spotted. He should be in trouble here. He will be in trouble. Gets caught. LSN comes in, bails out his teammate, and well, that'll be Smiley falling. Bone back sight. Couple of taps on towards his position. Josh going to go up on high, jumping down, and down he goes in the fade away to settle it once again. Aliens Army, yet another round for them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good now. Like I said, I think maybe a nerve, I don't know, but these guys are, you know, it was a bit of a quiet first opening round, but ever since then, they've really just started to kick things up another notch, which we didn't know was going to be a possibility, but maybe it is. And now even LSN's having himself a good game with a 4-1. He's top fragging so far in this server entirely, but not just his team. So we'll see how far they can be able to execute this BL side, because I'm putting a little bit more spotlight on them just to see how well they can utilize the timing and their mechanics. And you can even see a little bit of a cheeky play in middle is going to be from Lewis. He's going to get taken out, but nice work here from Showtime.
Ooh.
But this hotel, it's going to be closed. No vacancy now. As you can see, Aliens Army, they're starting to make a bit of a landing here, and they're waiting. And LSN even again makes another capitalization in Bone. He's an LNS. He's the last man remaining, and it's a bomb down, Neo, but
True.
Isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, though, a 1v2, it's not impossible, but a swing and a drive-by from LSN. And I mean, Aliens Army back in towards their winning ways, back in towards a position of just looking really clean. So, for now, you need to see a lot more coming through from Showtime. They're getting opportunities. They're just not quite converting them to a spot, which makes makes it a possibility. So I'm a little worried, that's for sure. This is looking very similar to how map number 1 looked.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it, right? I mean, it really is starting to paint that picture. And I was getting, you know, like I said, I'm not writing this one off yet. Like I was saying, there's definitely a world where we could see Showtime, you know, they hit the switch, they get activated, and they're ready to go, maybe. But Aliens Army, you can see that this preparation that they were talking about is really starting to show. Some good utility going to get thrown here. Showtime's getting a bit blind, and oh my God, Boney has no chance in the world to land that shot. But now, it's not even going to be an option here for Gopher. So you can see once again, Aliens Army in a 3-on-2, Neo, and they're going to have themselves the site for opening for the plan. And Michael, he's going to try to make a play, but he's going to get punished for it.
Yeah, well, exactly. Oh, there is a chance, though. Lou's going to get caught. At the very least, a bit of space to work with. LSN's kind of got to go sort of huge here. Missed shot, not good. And now he's going to get overwhelmed, you'd assume. But getting one, he's still just dancing around the site. He's looking for the tags, and he's going to get it. Oh, my God, LSN. 1 versus 2, and he makes it look easy as well.
Boy, yep. Making it look a little bit easier, right? But boy, oh boy, this is what we were talking about. Like, again, you know, in case you missed it, we were, you know, I know there's a lot of people in the chat that are, you know, been around the scene and, you know, have been able to watch, but we were kind of wondering, you know, what Aliens Army is going to be able to bring to this. And man, oh man, they are just looking, honestly, I don't want to say flawless, but they're looking just below picture perfect, right? Like everything is falling in their place. They're winning the fights they need to. Even when they lose the 1 or 2 man disadvantage, it seems like they can bounce back quickly, which again, we can iterate that a lot of teams don't do well on this. So we'd love to see it. And look at this. I was thinking Josh, if he's going to get away with that, he's just getting away with murder, but at least the trade's through. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a back and forth. Bone is finding himself some good kills, but is it going to be enough? Because it's already down to the 2v2, and things are right down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, true. Imagine Bone. Got work to do here. Nice shot. Quick. On towards Mercs. And, well, LSN once again left in a 1 versus 2. And once again, going to bring it down to the 1 versus 1. Surely not twice in a row. Gets the first. Dips away. Ball planted. Spots out Bone as well. I think Bone opts against going in towards that long-range peak. He knows that'll be a massive disadvantage for him. LSN, right idea, right find, and another 1 versus 2. Oh my god. Showtime can't buy a round at the moment.
They really can't. There's no way that they can buy a round to win. I love that expression because it's very true, and it just feels like no matter what situation Aliens Army is in, they're just still being able to bring rounds back in their favor, which is... It's just madness, honestly. Like, we're sitting at a 5-1. The last game was what was that, like a 7-2 half, where I think they were up by like 6-1 at one point or something like that. It's just madness. So look, for Showtime, they got to do something different now. Like, they're kind of still playing the same similar setup. This is where they have to do something a little unorthodox. This is where we were talking about it, but Josh, he's just going to pick him apart, man. And you can already see he's hunting a little bit more. There's a player just on his left, and we'll get taken out, but it's short-lived here, Nao. And just like that, before we even can finish the sentence, it's a 6-1.
Yeah, this already feels like it could be a fairly quick series in itself. I mean, honestly, as peak as it sounds, we might actually be finishing this whole series under an hour, because this is wild at the moment. Time in which isn't looking all too great. And a 6-1 score. I mean, 6 already in this first half, in my eyes, is pretty damn good. I mean, there's very little you can say on sort of a bad note. It started well for Showtime in the first, but it all fell apart rapidly.
It really did. It really did. And now Smiley's trying to get a little bit aggressive. I don't mind this, but again, when you go for that long B hit, you kind of have to do it a little bit more coordinated, right? You want that extra player with the utility. You want to be able to get that real estate, but this time he was trying to be a little bit quiet, trying to be a little bit of an assassin on that, or a ninja, but it just, again, backfires right against them. So we see Aliens Army in a disadvantage here, Nao. So this is important because we've seen them in this position before, but can they be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat? Maybe not, unless Mercs can pop off, but no, the Alms are going to be too strong. They're finally going to double Alm this. What we were kind of expecting, and at least it's going to buy them a second round.
We'll give them, a bit of leverage, a bit of leeway and time, so to say, but is it going to make a difference is the big question? I don't know. I feel like we need to see kind of bare minimum 6-3 and then probably get at least 2 of the start of the next half. Not exactly the easiest thing in the world, that's for sure, but there's a 1-for-1. Make that Bone getting another. Not bad. We were talking about the 6-3. You might just get it here as well. Still a 2 versus 3 in favor of Showtime. Oh, make that 1 versus 3. All down to Josh. He's doing damage, sure, but this is tough. He's low.
Oh my god. I was thinking maybe he's going to get a spray transfer of some kind, but no. All right. Well, at least for Showtime, they're able to bounce back with 3 rounds, and not a bad half, all things considered. But again, the fact that we were talking about, like a 6-1 at one point, not the greatest, but you know what, in terms of like momentum, things like that, that might play a factor here. But again, this opening round is going to be kind of critical to really demonstrate if that could be the case.
It's true. It's true. I'll have to see, but for now, 6-3, it's okay, but it's not great. It's not going to be one of those things where they're going to come off the back of the half and say, right, that's good enough, we can work with this. I think they realize that they need to start off this second half really strong. I'll have to see. Definitely can never really count out Aliens Army. They are a side that they get going. They're really difficult to stop, and especially if you allow individuals like Josh to start collecting corpses, and he is. LSN also going to have one of his own in a matter of moments. Just go free left all alone.
This is just, again, this is the situation of just really getting outclassed, right? Like, we were talking about that, but hang on, go free, making it a triple kill, making it a little bit interesting, but again, not enough. You still had 5 players in total you had to go against, so that's the thing. There were still 2 more remaining after that, really nice triple kill, but again, it's looking like it could be short-lived here. You know, Aliens Army doing a great job playing together. They're able to find these opening duels. Now they're going to get aggressive a little bit here on long A. And we'll have to see. And actually, it does backfire. So now for Showtime, they got themselves an opening. They should be able to get this plant down, but they got to get moving. They cannot wait this out too much longer.
Very true. C4 going to go down. AJ, he was actually briefly spotted, and he will get his kill on towards Merc. Merc trying to play outrange there with the AK. It was asking for quite a lot, and it doesn't end up working out for him. Josh going to try and get up close. He looks the wrong way. Go free. Just tucks his head towards the corner. Gets his kill, and yeah, this one's probably done here. Unfortunately, LSN, he's pulled off a few clutches, but this one feels unlikely. Colt going to get one, but that's all he'll get, and it will be another round for Showtime. So give themselves just a little bit of something to work with.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I love that, you know, again, for Showtime, like these are always tough situations too, right? Like you go for those fights, you get that long A control. It feels obvious, but it's like, do we go for this or do we not, right? And the fact that they found 2 opening duels like that made a world of a difference for them. And right now, I mean, again, they're down in the man disadvantage with 3 remaining. They've already gotten picked apart again. So some of the top fraggers on this, you know, Showtime team has already been removed. This is not a good case for them, so somebody else is going to have to step up. Look at LSN. Oh, man, just getting cheeky, just getting aggressive. And, yeah, this thing's a blender. Down to Bone by himself. It's a lonely mission. And, yeah, Aliens Army, they just, again, they want to just try to, you know, pack another punch. And they're making it pretty swift and easy. All things, when they lose a round, they bounce right back into it.
Yeah, very true. Very true. 2 more rounds. This is all that. And Tommy needs Michael. He's so lucky to stay alive. My God, 3 points of HP. But, I mean, I guess if you're going to be low, he's got the right weapon for it. Wielding the arm, but he's a lucky man to stay alive. And then Lewis isn't as lucky, as he will fall.
Oh, boy. Well, 8-4. A 4 Smiley down. I think Smiley literally has 1 HP. I'm pretty sure, but let's see here. Waiting things out with the Om. Double Oms here for the defense, and you can see that Michael's playing a nice little bit of an off angle. Ellison does make a good connection with this one, but you can see that, you know, for Showtime, again, they're taking quite some time, and this is what I was saying. They kind of have to make quicker decisions. They got to be able to find something out here, but this positioning from Ellison's really strong because you can see the C4 just on the top there. They have a really good angle. So now for Bone and Smiley, I mean, again, you have to go for these fights that are not really at all an advantage for you.
Yeah. Bone, Smiley. How low they are. Well, how low Smiley is. Bone. For him, he's got to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. And actually, they both die simultaneously. 2 fights taken at the same time, and both don't go the way of Showtime. This one's done, isn't it, mate? It really does feel like it. And it's been playing out like it. I mean, it's been maybe a little bit better out for Showtime. They've had a few more moments, but for the most part, this series is on its last legs. And hey, credit, what a showing from Aliens Army. They have looked fantastic. They deserved this victory. Whether it comes now, whether it comes later, we know that it will be in their favor sooner rather than later. There will be a couple of kills that come through, and it will be Josh all alone. He will fall, so we still got a little bit of life left in this game, but it feels inevitable that Aliens Army are going to take this.
It kind of does, right? And I feel like it's always the, you know, the music starts playing, you know, it's getting hyped. I mean, they can't hear it, obviously, but it's like, it's just, they pull back around, but they're going to need to bring back, you know, a few more rounds pushing overtime, which it's hard to say, but right now, Aliens Army, I don't know what's happening. They're losing these fights. 3 chances they try to go for it. Everybody's striking out, but now Josh is like, you know what? Fine. I'll pull up a double kill. I'm going to try to see what else I can do. And now he finds himself another. So this is now brought down to the 2v2 now, and this is, despite everything, I don't know how we're in this position, but Josh, again, he's not able to do what he's able to do with that multi-kill, and Bone will be able to pick a few of them, and it's 9-6.
All right. You know, they're keeping afloat a little bit, at the very least. I'll give him that, but still a lot more that needs to be done before I'm convinced. I'll say it that way, but I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. It hasn't been terrible at the very least. We'll take it.
Okay, well, as we mentioned it, right? I mean, now they're just, again, it's just something where they lose a round and then they're like, they they turn into the Hulk or something. They just get so angry, and it's done. It's going to be a 10-6. They're going to be able to bring things back. I was thinking maybe there was a chance where Showtime were running on some momentum, but it was quick steam. It wasn't too much to work off of.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was kind of brief where we got to see maybe a couple of moments, but I don't know about you, man, but I just feel like that was just that big difference in terms of caliber and class, really, for me.
Yeah, it definitely was. And that's the thing for Aliens Army. Really, really impressed because, I mean, there was a little bit, we did some research on this and just kind of looking back in the history books of who these players are and what they've been able to do in the past. But Aliens Army definitely looked like a team that are a big contender for the final. Like, I wouldn't be surprised just given this performance. I know it's really early to say this, but they look like they're a contender to play like a Swamp Gaming. Again, that's assuming a Swamp does well, because Swamp is probably the #1 favorite team. That's the famous team for people wondering. Like, it's him and the crew. This is the guys that played in CFWL. So they recently just played some international competition, which puts them in a massive leg up. So that's the thing where Aliens Army looked lethal, and they looked really scary. Like, they looked like they were playing good strats, good pacing, but also they had some good firepower behind them.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. I think, honestly, if Aliens Army are able to play at that sort of level, with that level of consistency and all the rest, there might be a chance of where we get to see this side actually shine against potentially Swamp Gaming, or at least make it a competitive series. Whether they can take them down and overcome them, I think is a different sort of question. Swamp Gaming, for me, while they didn't do that great in the regular season in the CFWL, at the very least, like you mentioned, we talk about the experience, we just talk about probably the rep and the prep they've got under their belts, the strats they've got and all the rest. But for me, what a showing coming through from Aliens Army. Pretty comfortable all the way throughout. The team that did the preparation won with these, and Showtime, unfortunately, slightly bragging that they didn't do the prep, and unfortunately, it very, very clearly showed they just got overwhelmed completely.
Well, again, like, I know we talked about it, but I'll bring it up anyways. It's just, again, that interview with AJ, right? And I love that there was the honesty, but I also, you kind of realize, yeah, maybe you do got to practice, maybe you do got to play a little bit more and have that preparation, because you can tell they didn't really look existent, right? I mean, maybe on Eagle Eye, like you can see from some of these highlights, yes, they were able to have themselves a couple closer rounds. It was definitely a closer game than what the first one was, but really though, in the reality of it is that Aliens Army really did play the better game. Like, everything was essentially checkmarked for me. Like, their game sense was better, the positioning was better. Just, you could just tell, I don't want to say masterclass or an outclass, but it was definitely a way stronger performance than what we see.
Yeah, I mean, generally for me, it felt like the more macro sense of the game plan was there for them. We kind of touched us a little bit in towards that first map of where, there is some individuals over towards Showtime who look pretty decent. And there's definitely a couple of instances where we can say, okay, I like this idea. This looks pretty comfortable. However, for me, as a team, they just didn't really have that understanding about how do we actually break down this side? How do we stop them kind of overcoming these positions, getting post blants, getting retakes off, and all the rest? And unfortunately, it never really got going. A couple of players over towards Showtime did okay. Bone in particular, 1.45 ain't too bad. Go free 1.17 on the other side. LSN 2.71 here, back-to-back 1v2 clutches, which were really, really sick. And then Josh not too far behind for 1.36.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, just a really good performance overall. I mean, we saw that before. It was like a 6.0 KD rating for someone like Michael, but in this time, like, the thing I always love is that when you can have the team kind of spreading the love a little bit here, LSN having himself a really, really good match. Like we said, you can see the overall KD was a 2.71, which you love to see that, and just putting himself in a great position. A couple good clutches like you were just talking about. I was a little bit worried it was going to be like maybe the Mercs and Michael show, but no, that's not the case. There's definitely some players on this team that can really step up when they need to, and that's something that I always get excited about with any team, but especially in the NA region. It's just, we know the competition's going to be a little bit less than some of the other regions, but look, we'll have to see what else Aliens Army is going to be able to bring, because now, if I'm not mistaken, they actually get to play Swamp. So like, them going in that winning match means that they get to play Swamp, which Swamp got to kind of get a little bit of a bye essentially in the bracket. So they probably got to sit and watch this game a little bit just to say, oh, okay, well, we know some gimmicks, and we got to make sure we're really prepared for this.
Yeah, exactly that. So at the very least, they kind of got maybe the advantage of saying we understand where the strengths come through from Aliens Army, but it should be a good game. They should be warmed up for it as well, which would be very interesting. It's not the end of the world as well for Showtime, and they decide they drop into that lower bracket. So they'll be playing tomorrow in those lower bracket games. Of course, they'll be playing against the winner of Fine Dining or Delusional. But yeah, like you said, Swamp Gaming, Aliens Army being that upper bracket matchup winner going to the grand final is pretty damn sick. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. Could have some pretty interesting results going on. I mean, if Aliens Army are able to play like that, who knows what can come forward.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like for the upper bracket round, the fact that we're gonna see, like we are gonna see that Swamp Gaming versus Alien Army game. That to me is a potential preview to see like a grand final match, right? So that is a cool little bit of a testing the waters, if you want to say it, because if like we see Swamp lose this, I mean, they have to go in a lower bracket run to push themselves back. They're definitely in the spotlight. Like that team has a lot of historical players. They have Famous, which everybody knows Famous, but I think it could be a good thing and a bad thing, because when the spotlight's on you, there's a lot of tape against them as well. Like we said in the CFWL season, like there was a lot of these teams that can anti-strat and just notice little gimmicks.
Yeah.
Yes, they didn't have the best season, but it doesn't matter. Like you can still have that video against you, which can be a good and bad thing. So this matchup is going to be really, really interesting.
And generally as well, the kind of the age of anecdote that we like to say, you learn more from your losses than your wins, right? And I think that's something that you'd hope Swamp Gaming have under their skin. Either way, though, before we get into that series and all the rest, we're going to throw this one to a break. So sit tight. We'll see you soon. All right, 15, not bad. And we're back. We're heading in towards our second game of the day after what was pretty honestly, Laz, quite a comfortable one to kickstart things. We got a bit of a warm-up, we'll say. Not too much of a breaking too much of a sweat. Just a little bit of aimbots, a little bit of deathmatch there as they quite comfortably overcame Showtime. But now they're going to be tested. Now we've got Swamp Gaming, upper bracket. Winning this best of 3 guarantees a spot in towards the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably the best way to describe it, is this is probably a good warm-up game for Aliens Army, because now they play Swamp Gaming. And this is always kind of the one question, right? Is I think it can be always up for a lot of debate, is about, do you play a match before? Does that actually pull up a benefit? Or maybe that's not a good thing. But like you said, it wasn't really much of, a competition. I feel like the second map was a little bit closer with that. I think it was like a 10-6. But now Swamp Gaming, they've been kind of sitting on the sidelines, and now they get their first game of the day. And like you can see in the bracket, it is going to be against Aliens Army, which, in case you missed it, it was a very quick and swift 2-0.
Yeah, it was done in basically under an hour. It was pretty comfortable, all things considered. I'm really looking forward to this game, right? Aliens Army, we saw Mercs in the interview. He spoke about saying, right, we're doing a lot of work. We're pracking as much as we can. And, the main team we're looking at is Swamp Gaming, the main competition. However, he was, confident. I respect it. He was saying, we're going to beat them. Being his old team as well, he's, the best person to basically be able to understand how to take down the Swamp Gaming side, having been a previous player. He understands their system and how they like to play and all of the rest. So I'm looking forward to this and to seeing basically what we get out from Aliens Army in terms of them being the underdogs. Did they play like the underdogs? Did they come out with confidence as they did against Showtime and prove what they're all about? But there's one thing that, we were having this conversation just prior to going live here, and it's about Swamp Gaming. They didn't do too well in the CFWL Season 2, right? They struggled, but there was always that kind of caveat about the kind of the ping. So I'm interested to see kind of how they can do when they're now on the equal level ping, and also interested to see what they think as well. We got a little interview with Swamp Gaming. Let's go check it out.
Hello everyone, this is Kai from Swamp Gaming. It feels great, very exciting to be able to participate in the CFS Grand Final, Regional Finals this year, and hopefully we can make it to the CFS Grand Finals. We are very confident that we will achieve the ticket to the Grand Finals, and we have actually just been preparing in advance of that, and we've just been watching replays of the foreign teams and trying to learn as much as possible from them. Well, we learned a lot, and we play and scrim against the top teams in the West League. I personally think there are no teams that will be our biggest challenge in the finals. But if I had to pick, I would have to pick AA, because they had some of our former teammates that we competed previously with last year as Kangarna, and they will also be participating in the regional finals this year. Winning the regional finals this year will mean a lot for us. It's a redemption phase for us, because last year we, at the grand finals CFS, we came short and did not make it out of group stage. But this year we feel like we are more prepared, and we have definitely gotten stronger and better, and we are ready to take on stronger opponents at the world stage. Thank you for all the fans out there who have been supporting us, and I hope you guys can continue to support us, because this year we are going to show you a different North American region.
I think it says a lot when they said that we're actually not even really doing prep for teams here. We're actually looking already to the international stage, and we're looking at some of the opponents on the grand stage. For me, I think that shows a lot of confidence. Swamp Gaming are a side who are generally revered as the best team in North America, and I think the good thing is they also see themselves as the best team in North America. They already believe they're going to book their tickets towards the grand final, so credit to them as well. However, the only thing, and you do see it happen occasionally, teams just sort of think a little bit too far ahead. Sometimes if you don't focus on the here and now, it can kind of catch you off guard. So let's see what AA have to offer up. But I do think it says a lot where they're already thinking towards the grand finals.
Yeah, honestly, Nao, I'm really glad you bring that up because I was definitely on the same page as you, right? It's like, look, when you kind of overlook your opponents, I do get worried for teams like that because I think you do have to focus in the moment of now. And especially where Kai's mentions it, where he's like, yeah, we came short last time. So this is redemption. So it's almost like a little shocking. They're kind of saying, yeah, we're focusing on the other competition. We're not really worried about anybody. This team might be the only team. So let's see if it backfires against them. Let's see if anything changes. But these map picks are going to be critical because, again, Swamp Gaming, for anybody that is not aware or they're not familiar with the scene right now, is that Swamp Gaming were in CFWL, so they got to play some of that good international competition, but at the same time, they didn't do that well, all things considered. So it gives them the experience, but at the same time, it makes them vulnerable because, like we said, Aliens Army definitely are former teammates, and they've been able to probably watch some tape to figure out quick little gimmicks and things like that because it's going to be a way to anti-strat them. And so far with Port Nakara, not shocking, but it will be interesting to see if what's going to be the final ban here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what we get out. I mean, I would just assume Compound just by kind of just generally how CFWL is played, but not even just CFWL, but just generally how kind of CrossFire is played. Mexico is just not that popular, right? And understandably so, it's a little bit of a bad map. I'm not a Mexico fan, if I'm being completely honest. That map is pretty rough to watch. So Compound always felt like it was going to be the guarantee there. And this is probably, of all the series that we've got kind of today at the very least, this feels like if any of them was going to go 3, it probably would be this one, right? This is the one where, these two sides have a little bit of kind of a rivalry and they know about each other. And Aliens Army, a lot of them are previous Swamp Gaming players and all the rest. So that might be the opportunity of where they find success here. So I'm interested to see whether this goes down to Compound. I think it has a good chance of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this, like we said in the beginning, like this is probably the best matchup overall, just because this one to me is kind of the preview to see what a grand final really could be. And it's about how well Aliens Army is going to actually play in this, because like you said, I mean, they're former teammates here from some of the Swamp players, which is always kind of funny because you know gimmicks, you know these little things as well. And it's always kind of adds that extra little bit of pressure against each other, right? Because you kind of want to prove a point. You want to beat your buddies. You want to have that little bit of an ego and puff the chest a bit more, right? So I'm going to be curious because Swamp Gaming, again, they probably were able to watch that first map on Makara, so they might have been able to find some good little bit of ideas from Alien Army's game plan, but at the same time, I don't think they really showed us a lot there, right? I felt like they just kind of outclassed, the other opponents, so it's not like they had to really anti-strat, but at least they can kind of figure out who's playing where and where can we maybe find a little bit of exploit.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll have to see. But all in all, Port and Ankara to start things off. This is also a pretty decent veto in the sense of where maybe Swamp Gaming can actually really showcase what they've got. We know that their port's good. They played it in the CFWL, but Ankara is a map in which it's just quite popular in the region. And in the region, I mean, over, of course, in kind of NA, right? This is a map which is played quite a lot. So I'm interested to see whether on the other side, do we get to see maybe Aliens Army meet their match. Their Ankara looked so good earlier, 10-2, right? They're brilliant, right? There are no two ways about it. They were so comfortable. However, different beast here in compared to the Showtime to of course Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And like you said, I mean, for the first map being for Ankara, like for a 10-2, it was just a domination, right? So that's where we didn't really see a lot of crazy strats or anything. It really just felt like Michael was playing really well. I mean, again, those stats were pretty unreal. Like that was where he dropped a 6.0 KD and Mercs was right behind him with a 3.20. So it's like those guys were just firing on every single cylinder. Like those guys were just hitting every shot they needed to, and they were just causing the deathly blow here against these guys. But it's not going to be the same case here. You're not going to be able to get away with that against a team like Swamp, despite them not being a strong team in CFWL. And I mean, of course, that with all the respect. But I mean, again, they have the reps, they have the experience, the recent gameplay against some of the top teams in the EU MENA area. So that's where I think Aliens Army is going to have to make sure they kind of change the mindset for this matchup. Yeah, no, exactly that. I do feel like Aliens Army do probably have to come in with a little bit more of a kind of a holistic approach of sort of where we're going to find their opportunities, where we're going to find our kind of
I mean, I guess openers in a sense and try and make things work for us. I'm not too sure about you, but I'm looking at this as probably the advantages for Swarm Gaming. I think we have a little bit of a break though before we get on the way in towards the game. Probably getting everybody ready and in the server and all of the rest. So for now, we're going to throw this one to a brief break, probably only a few minutes, and we'll see you in a second.
Well, we're back. We're ready to go. A little bit of an extended break, but of course, it's NA. That's what's going to happen. A lot of interesting things will be commenced, but we're back. It's Naokai and myself, Laz, here to bring you through on game number 2 in case you're just joining us here. And it is going to be the potential bar burner of Swamp Gaming taking on Aliens Army. So I think we're getting closer and closer to get ready here to go.
I'm looking forward to this, man. This should be pretty good. I mean, this is arguably... You know, we already sort of touched on it a little bit, but this is realistically what we'd expect to the finals for tomorrow, right? You know, whoever loses here basically makes a lower bracket run, because these two sides are sort of the best in North America. You know, Swamp Gaming are considered the best. And then on the other side, of course, we just saw what Aliens Army could offer up, but we are live. Let's get the show on the road. This has all the potential to be an absolute heater. So I'm really looking forward towards this one, but our expectations is that Swamp Gaming are the favorites and are the ones to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And I mean, this is the thing too. Like, I would even go to probably say, like, respectfully, I definitely think Swamp Gaming theoretically should be putting themselves in a 2-0 match, but there is definitely the conversation that AA could be able to bring things into a 3-map series against this team. But it's going to be about the vetoes, right? Because again, this is the pick for Swamp, which does mean they're going to be on the BL side. So it does give AA a little bit of chance here to play onto the defense. So you can already see Michael, he was really hot before. Now he's going to have to be extra spicy here with Yom. Good nade. Going to land very nicely against Brando. So that's already some good utility damage starting right away.
Very true. Very true. Once again, though, a little slow. Not a huge amount on offer. And, well, in doing so, we kind of saw this a little bit from Aliens Army to start off that previous series, right, where they keep things slow and somewhat tempered and they wait kind of for their opportunities. Bit of util over. There's Brando. He's going to be smoked out there by Michael. He's just ducking his head. He's not committing to a fight or anything just yet. It does look like they want to hit long and go towards A, though.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it, right? They're ready to go. They're really burning the clock. This is actually a bit surprising. Like, now the execute's going to get thrown, so they're going to give themselves a little bit of leeway. Kai's with a beautiful opener, but right back at it. Even with Mercs able to find that secondary kill, is who other than Famous to be able to find himself a double kill now, so they got themselves inside the site. But now it's a question about Lewis and Josh, what they're going to be able to do into this retake scenario. It's the 2-on-3, and actually a little bit of a weird peek coming in from Swamp Gaming right now, leaving Kai's on his own. An advantage situation and a little bit stuck in the mud. And AA, they're going to sweep them under the rug too.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually one of those kind of rounds where you have to give a lot of credit to AA, that they look pretty comfortable in the way they approach that. Numbers retake, they play off the back of each other, and they basically just don't allow Swamp Gaming to isolate fights at the end. So, well played. Lots of like, and in doing so, the underdogs definitely starting well in the way that we'd want to see from them, but still a long old map in series, and it is also one of these kind of situations where we saw it at times in the regular season of the CFWR where Swamp Gaming, they can take a little bit of time to get going too. So they haven't had the previous series to warm up and all the rest where AA have.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like it's always that debate that I talked about before. It's like, is that a good thing or a bad thing? And right now, Swamp Gaming, they really got to warm up, because as you can see, even that little bit of a mid crunch, it pans out nicely right now for AA. They're able to get themselves that control. They're going to have that 4-on-3, so they have the man advantage. Michael's in the critical HP though, so this is a thing as well. But at the same time, you can see Swamp Gaming kind of posted in the back, being a little bit more hesitant on what they want to do with this. So I like that Aliens Army is taking the initiative to be a bit more aggro on this and kind of putting a good pressure point on this.
Yeah.
Just to, again, kind of make Swamp Gaming realize they're not going to have an easy series ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, for now, though, once again, as it was in that previous round, a little quiet. Unless I'm going to get caught, though. Just peeks around that corner, loses his life. Definitely not what he was expecting. He was just going for a bit of an information play, it seemed, but yeah, it doesn't work in his favor. Time ticking. And obviously in this 3 versus 3, it does feel like this has been expertly called as Josh and Merck's going to play up close. They understand what the default is. Famous probably going to be first contact. GZY, in fact, want to go down. So does Famous. And it's all down to one. Brando left all alone. 1 versus 3. This is surely done. Merck's going to see him off with a jumping drive-by. And AA A 2-0 start. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking real good, honestly. Like I love, again, like it's a detail of like just the mid crunch. I love that they perfectly timed that, like the coordination that, you know, we were listening to Merckx talk about in his interview. He was saying, you know, the chemistry is not quite there with our team compared to other teams, but I think, again, those were some really clear calls. It just kind of allowed them to make a good play like that. And honestly, I think that was kind of the, you know, the tipping point for them to find that round in their favor, just because they were able to win it for the 2-on-1. So now Swamp Gaming down by 2-0, and I didn't think it was going to be this close, but now Josh trying to do everything he can, but who other than LSN? He's already got himself one, can fall on back, and look at Swamp. Now they're back in the thick waters.
They are. Definitely a little weird. Swamp Gaming look a little bit cold out the gates. I mean, obviously, like we said, they haven't had this game to warm up as sort of AA have, but it's sort of showing right now. AA, obviously for them, they would have come in towards this tournament with basically all their preparation and all their thought and energy being utilized on how do we beat Swamp Gaming. They are the #1 challengers. They are the main team we've got to try and sort of overcome, right? Whereas, as we saw in the interview, Swamp Gaming were already looking towards the grand finals. They're already looking towards the international stage. And we said, you know, don't kind of count your chickens before they hatch type thing, right? You don't want to start thinking too far ahead and not actually make it there in the end.
Yeah, it's no doubt at all. And it's a really good point. But this is where Swamp Gaming, I feel like kind of notoriously, they are a team that they do start off really slow. A nice shot from Kai's, though. But again, they're going to need more than that, right? I mean, they still have to go against 3 players. It is Famous and Kai's, though. Like, look, if I was going to talk about anybody on this team, these are 2 guys that I would definitely put as my, you know, clutch players that I want. And now Kai's has the rifle out. He's going to get rid of the arm. Famous finds himself another. Oh, my God. It looked like a labored kill, but it is a reply back. And all of a sudden, it's down to the 1v1. Michael, someone that has been pretty ruthless so far in the opening day. Now he needs to be able to find a big kill, but he's expecting a flank, and now, with 16 seconds remaining, Famous, he's already made himself across into the site, but he has to go for the plant. He is going to stick it, and Michael, realizing that he's been able to slip behind the enemy lines, and now Famous, instead of going for the high ground, he goes for the low, and he gets it done, and Swamp Gaming finally back on the board.
Yeah, it takes a bit of damage as well, so it was definitely a little close there for a moment. It felt potentially like it could have been, you know, a 1v1 loss there by Famous, but it wasn't, thankfully. Converted in the end, and definitely a little bit of a scrappier one, a little bit more of an uncomfortable one, but all that matters is that it's the first round on the board for Swamp Gaming. So it's taking a bit of time to wake up, to get going, and all the rest, but what matters is that we see a round put on the board and a bit of pressure on towards AA. You don't want to allow them to take too much control out of the gates.
Whew. Okay, nice shot. And now then maybe another one. LSN's in a really bad place right now, and yeah, it has to go for the fight. Like that kind of a situation, it's like you can try to stay alive as long as you can, but they already just kind of, you know, overwhelming and putting some really good aggression onto this. Now Lewis is trying to do everything in pit, but now Swamp Gaming finally getting a little bit more of a groove, putting themselves in a 4-on-2, so they already have the number advantage as well in their favor. Leaving it just down to Merckx now, as his teammate is going to go to the grave, but Merckx needs to do something miraculous here. He has to be able to come up with a big clutch, but he's still a bit hesitant. He's still a little bit scared that somebody might be in the back lines to backstab him.
Yeah, it's true. Well,
not bad.
Yeah, in the end, not bad. Famous actually, you know, out the gates looking pretty good, man. Pretty solid stuff. All in all from him. Obviously, he's probably the main name, I think we'd say, as somebody to keep an eye out for and showcasing sort of exactly why. We're looking at what is, if Famous can put the team on his back a little bit in the early rounds, right? And just give these guys time to sort of, the rest of the team to wake up, that is, then we're okay. And all in all, 2-2 now is Swamp Gaming are starting to come alive a little bit themselves.
Yeah, and like you said, it's like, who other than Famous, right? I mean, everybody knows Famous. I see the chat, everybody's talking about it, and just like, oh, Famous, when does he play? When does he play? And it's like, all right, guys, we're here. We're finally here, right? So the man of the hour, he's here. And honestly, for him to, you know, find some good duels, and I feel like that's always kind of the like momentum booster, I feel like, for Swamp. So, and this was a 2-0 for AA at one point, right? But now it's right back to the tie. And now Michael's got a lot of task here. A nice shot here with a quick swing, trying to do a little bit more, but again, he's able to find himself a 2. So can he be able to find a little bit more? He's got the high ground. He's got a more passive position on this, but it is back to the 3-3. But Swamp Gaming, they're in the critical red in terms of the HP.
That's true. They're a little low here. They've got to take fights completely kind of untraded and really kind of try and catch them off guard. I don't know where you find advantages if you're Swamp Gaming in this situation. It's a pretty solid hold by AA, all in all, right? They've got coverage over towards mid A and B, and they don't need to overextend. They can keep things slow and effective in that sense. I say that, though. Lewis going to get for 1. Brando will answer back, though, so trades back and forth isn't terrible.
Oof, that's a nice shot, though. I like that setup. A little bit risky, but LSN, man, just again a demon here with the Yom, and you love to see it. This is where he was able to have himself a match MVP in the previous series, and Michael was someone that was able to put up big numbers on the opening map of the day, but you gotta love that from LSN, just playing that perfectly. A bit of a risky play, right? Like, I mean, again, not a bad angle, but if he would have been taken out, that really could have cost him the site, but job well done. And the Aliens Army, they're going to get themselves back in the lead.
Yeah, it's true. Aliens Army. Credit to them. In all fairness, this is a side who, we saw the best of them earlier against Showtime, and we were basically wondering, where does it stop? Is it just them against a side that they're so much kind of better than, so they just aren't pulling any punches and they're playing with utmost confidence? Or is it just them in general, right? And do they have a lot to offer against a better side? And then, hey, I mean, right now it seems to be the case. They are playing fantastic. And Swamp Gaming, who, many would have seen as sort of the best in this qualifier and the team to watch out for and all of the rest, they are actually feeling quite a bit of pressure here. So we'll see. A slower round to start things off, though, for Swamp Gaming. I mean, Hunt's already dropped here out towards A long, and it does look like this feels like an A finish, at least with how they're set up right now, but at the same time, don't have to commit. They can dip away, worst case scenario.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming, they loved doing this before, like in CFWL. They love to just play in this like A short or A connector, and they just kind of wait things out, get the utility popping. But a good flash, actually double flash going to land, and now Mercs needs to be able to get a spray down, but he's not able to. But at least Lewis is able to come up big and retaliate back, and look at this, AA, despite all the aggression, all the adversity, they're able to still hold on very well, leading it just down to Kais and Brando here, the last 2 players remaining for the clutch scenario, to bringing this back to a tie game with still 32 seconds remaining. But now the Aliens Army, they're going to stamp their logo right onto the site. They're going to close the doors, and right now they're going to get themselves a decent comfort of a 2-round lead.
Yeah, they absolutely just look on the better side. No two ways about it. And you got to remember as well what map's coming up next at Anchor, right? Which was very good for them earlier. 10-2 they won earlier. So pretty interesting, the kind of spot that we're currently finding ourselves in. Swamp Gaming being the favorites in this tournament to look like the weaker side and not playing like it. So I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out for AA. They are playing fantastic. And all they have to do is just kind of keep doing the fundamentals right. They're not doing anything wrong. Their approach is very nice. They're not overextending, and they're just playing off the back of each other. They're not doing anything too audacious. And that's probably the right way to approach Swamp Gaming. Don't play too confident, but also don't give them too much respect either.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point, and I would definitely agree with that, because the one thing I've been impressed with so far from AA is, like you said, they're not overextending too much, and they do seem like they're kind of playing a pretty basic system, but the system's working, right? Like that's important, because I was kind of thinking Swamp was probably going to be maybe a little bit of an ego boost on this, like they were kind of saying, like Kais was saying, like I don't know, like I don't think anybody's going to be that tough. Maybe this team, but whatever. And right now it's looking like it is a bit tough, and that's where we were saying starting off a little bit cold might be a little bit of a demise for them potentially, but there's still plenty of action to come through. Now the Execute's about to start here once again from Swamp. Execute's gonna fly, but Josh, you gotta be able to hit the shot, but he just can't get it done, and this is already a bomb plant already.
Yeah, wow. All right, up in their face quick. Not easy for AA in this spot as well. Numbers disadvantage on this retake. Double stack here, so LSN gonna get up close. First contact can be him. He did spot, yes, why, but GZY will get that kill. Looking for more as well. Lewis up close, spamming. Going to get a couple. All right. Maybe had a chance to work with. Time is ticking though, 15 seconds. Don't have a lot of it to work with. Brando gets tapped down. Close right. So does Hunt. Oh my God, it's all left down to one. All down to Famous. If anybody can clutch it up, it would be him. But the stick in the defuse. The stick in the defuse. Michael gonna get it on timing. Oh my God. Nerves of steel. And he makes it work. And that's a 5th for AA. They just win it off the back of the defuse and all of the chaos.
Yeah, man, that's cold-blooded, man. You love that, right? Because you can see the Swamp, they went straight for the plant right away. And then, like, again, that little bit of a ninja diffuse in it, like, just barely. But, man, oh, man, you love to see it. And honestly, once again, like, you know, I know Mercs isn't, like, sitting on the top of the charts, but, like, he's been able to have himself some really impactful kills. I think in that round, he was sitting at a double, if not a triple. So you need somebody to come alive, and there it is. And now they're putting themselves in a great position, transitioning into the second half, you know, going to be coming shortly. But this is, you know, a little concerning for Swamp Gaming fans right now, because it's kind of looking like a bit of a lackluster, you know, BL side. And just like that, we talk about this and looking how fast they get swept under the rug. It's all down to Brando here with a 1-on-5 with 1:35. C4 is in possession of these defenders, and it's going to be a flawless round to put it with 6-2 scoreline.
Damn, what a showing we are getting at the moment. I'm super impressed with AA. And this is, you know, not a good spot that Swamp Gaming put themselves into, because this is meant to be their map, right? So already feels a little awkward, to say the least. I'm really liking what I'm seeing, though. Even if it ends to 6-3, I think AA have been more than enough in my eyes. And it could even get worse as well. Lewis can add just one more. Hunt will fall. It's scrappy, but Mercs will get his before he's traded.
Once again, now they have to fight for this C4 control, and again, in not the greatest position, right? I mean, this is the thing, like, AA have to be really careful about this, but at the same token, I mean, it's like Swamp Gaming, they have to be able to pick this up. Michael gets a little bit aggressive, and I don't know how he wins that fight. He was like mid-jump too, so all right, well, that's going to work out for him. But now Kai's, again, with 1:34 remaining in the clutch scenario, needs to be able to pull the biggest magic trick ever, and needs to be able to find 3 different players to take down to get this to a 6-3 half against them. And this is a moment where AA are in the position to potentially close this off with the first half with a nice scoreline, and indeed they will. That's this is something I wasn't expecting, especially the map pick of Swamp being this. This is concerning.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. Mercs, for me, he's really, you know, we kind of came into it and said, this, if anybody's going to be able to counter-strap this side, Mercs is probably the guy who can bring kind of a lot to the table, right? You know, played for this team previously, knows them really well, and, you know, is definitely somebody who can lead a team, right? He's very well respected in the region, and I mean, so far, showing exactly what he's got in the locker. They had a 10-2 map number 1 to start off against Showtime. Surely we're not going to get more of the same here. Against Swamp Gaming, that'd be wild.
Well, it would be actually so wild. Like, it really would, because that's what we were talking about, right? Like, the whole, like, narrative, like, for Swamp is, like, they really are, like, the team that should be in the grand final, right? I mean, this is, they got the bye, so they already, all they have to do is win this series, and they're essentially just sitting there waiting to see who they play. So for them, if we're in a world where they don't win this entire, you know, BO3, it's like they get a second chance, but it just it makes you kind of concerned, just because, again, they're the guys that have, you know, been experienced and been playing and actively playing, so kind of makes you wonder what's going on.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Quiet though. 1:15. And we're looking to see what the play is. No decision. The C4 still in the sport. It does look like this wants to be a B finish, but, you know, they're leaving things late to make this decision. I mean, for AA, they're just trying to find out the information, but they're going to have to fight for B. It's not exactly going to be too easy.
It's definitely not, but now they're going to go for a big swing. Actually, a nice little bit of a paw flash here from AA. And now, oh, just like that, a little bit of 1-2, and with the M4, and that's going to be the nade too. So now it's going to be a question if Brando can stay alive. He will not be able to. He's going to get eradicated quickly here from Josh. Great work coming in, like a simple strat again, just A big swing with the paw flash. I was a little bit worried about this timing, but now Famous is alive. Him and Kai's, they have to do something big, but Famous, it's a bit of a short skit here, and now Kai's needs to find some kills, and he's only got 23 seconds to work with. He's doing a good job. It's down to the 1v1. It's him and LSN against each other. Needs to be able to hit the shot, and there it is with the Alma nailed to the coffin.
Wow. Well done. Well done. Really, really nice work. And, you know, all in all, AA once again showcasing exactly what they've got up their sleeve. Brilliant work from them. And they're a side who are just playing fantastic. And it's awesome to see, to get teams who can challenge and to get these sort of instances where we get to kind of witness, you know, maybe a bit of a change in the guard. Swamp Gaming, I've kind of for a while always been seen as the go-tos here, but yeah, right now, AA look hopefully like the better side.
Yeah, and again, like, I know people are probably thinking, like, you know, we're playing the same, you know, beating the same drum here, but it's like, when you talk about your map pick and you're at a scoreline of 8-2 against you, whew, okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean, look, like, I have no idea what's going on right now for Swamp. Like, maybe the vibes are fine, but I was going to say, like, it would be tilting. I'm going to be honest. It would just be one of those frustration things of, like, what is going on? Why is this not working? Why is everything we're doing just, you know, completely against us? And even right there, you can see, it's just, you know, they can't even get the trade. They're going to lose some players. Brando maybe with a backstab. Not even there. He's not even able to land a shot. So now Famous is going to try the same thing. He's going to see if he can, you know, kind of bounce back a little bit here. But I think it's worse for wear because now he's just desperately looking for kills and AA's put themselves on that point.
Yeah, it's true. AA, great work. And again, overextensions, little scrappy, little bit lackluster in terms of sort of just the raw fundamentals out from SG. And I mean, Anchor's up next, dude. I mean, this is a map in which they got a 10-2 early and they might get a 10-2 here. I mean, this is ridiculous. What are we seeing? What a showing. Yeah, SG have not shown up to play, have they? They just look like a complete sort of shadow of their former selves, so to say.
It really is. I think it's even like a distant shadow at this point, right? Like, I mean, really, like they just, I've never seen them, like, with all respect, play this poorly. But I mean, at the same thing, I'm not going to take this away from AA. I feel like they're playing a way better game right now. But it's just so surprising to see Swamp Gaming in this kind of a position, not even really staying alive in this game. Like, I don't feel like a lot of these rounds have been too close. Like, I think maybe like 2 or 3 you could argue is a 2v2, but I feel like AA, again, they've just been in a really good driving position here, and it's been kind of a, you know, non-bumpy road.
Yeah. Pretty smooth. Pretty plain sailing. All in all. Michael, nice clear. Can't get the second, but 1 for 1's not terrible there. If you've gone 2 for 1, it completely flips the narrative of this round, but SG still have the numbers advantage. That's the one thing going for them. However, it does look like we want to finish towards B here, and for now, it's kind of open. As long as they can clear close right, it's open. That's going to be that first contact too. And GCY isn't peeking. He will. Oh, and he gets the shot. Nice shot indeed.
Oof. Well, it's about time. And this is, again, I talked about, you know, not a lot of convincing rounds, but like finally now this is a position where Swamp Gaming looking a lot better, right? And I mean, we knew like from CFWL, like they are definitely a way better GR-sided team, but I mean, look, like you're talking about a 9-2 and all AA has to do is get 1 round to close this thing off. Might not be this round, but at the same breath, I mean, look, you got so many rounds to bring back. Not an easy thing to do. So it's not impossible. Like, but I mean, look, they're going to have to be pretty much perfect to bring into an OT situation, but Josh here with 9 seconds, there's just not much for him to do. And there we go. Swamp is going to be able to get themselves a 3rd round, but are they going to be able to find 6 more is the biggest question for me.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those where it's fair play. You know, they haven't kind of completely given up and checked out on all the rest, but is it going to be enough? Is this going to be at least something where they can use it as a bit of a catalyst to further success? I don't know. I don't think so, if I'm being completely honest. They're going to have to require something quite miraculous. Kai's under a little bit of pressure here. Met with quite a few flashes, and another missed shot from him as well. Could be feeling rid of that pressure, but he still hasn't been forced off the angle. Hello, Hans. Oh my god, for a moment he looked like he could be actually missing and then dying, but he gets away with 2.
Yeah, and this is not too bad. I mean, some good shots coming in, but it's still 3 and 4. But now even Lewis, I'm not sure I love that peak, but a bit of a dry swing into long A like that. I mean, you know you're going against Kai's, so seems kind of like a really big leap. And unfortunately, it was a bit of a gruesome falling. But now, I mean, you saw Michael and Merckx now. Look, these were the two heavy hitters on the first game, or the first series, I should say, for the day. Can they do the impossible here? Can they be able to bring a 2-on-4 in their, you know, map point win? Possibly, but they're going to have Swamp Gaming make a really big misplay here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Something sort of semi-miraculous has got to go wrong for the SG side for AA to close it out here. This is probably going to a little bit, you know, next round and a bit further and all the rest. I really can't see a world. I mean, Famous holding. Should get a freebie here. I mean, Michael, you might clear this. He does miss a shot, though. But then, so does Famous. He'll still get the life for now. Second time of asking. Still missed shot as well. Time ticking, though. I'm slightly running out of it. GZY, backside. Smoke going to come down as well. Perfectly timed for Merckx. Can't really do a lot. And he's also going to get peppered with nades as well to make it worse.
Okay, well, with 20 seconds remaining. Ooh, Michael, kind of like, you know, little toying shots to see. But yeah, this round looking like it might be done and dusted. But unless, you know, again, overexertion on this. But no, it's looking like it's fine. Time management just might go against here from AA. So 2 rounds in a row. So Swamp are going to be able to bring things back where I think they only lose the 1 player. But it's a long road. But, I mean, this is the thing. Like, Hunt, you know, able to find himself a big flank like that. You love to see it. I mean, he's had a bit of a slow game for himself, but
yeah,
that's a good play. But honestly, had to do something differently, and you love to see it. But now for Aliens Army, what are they going to do a little bit differently here? Because what they're currently doing isn't working anymore.
It's true. They do have to find a little bit of an alternative. I just think right now they probably got to that mindset where it was, okay, we're at 9-2, this one's done, we're kind of guaranteed to win this, and then you sort of take your foot off the gas just a little bit, and then yeah, unfortunately, it's when you do get a little comfy, it can leave you a little bit exposed. Speaking of, Famous was very exposed. So was Kai's. Both get caught, but Rando's still alive himself. Not for much longer. Josh, alongside Michael, going to do a lot of work to catch him and leaves it all down to Hunt and GZY to keep SG alive in this map. Their map pick. I've got to pull off a pretty miraculous 2v4.
Yes, indeed, of course. And look at Michael playing in a very aggressive angle. And there it is, an Aliens Army. They're going to get the job done. They're going to be able to find themselves the victory. And honestly, I'm still in a bit of shock factor because, like we said, this one definitely had, you know, the tail to be a 3-map series, but I didn't think it was going to be the fact of Aliens Army to take this map pick away from Swamp Gaming, where these guys played this map many times in CFWL. So wow, that's a big congrats here for the Aliens Army. That is an upset and a half.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, you know, I said pretty early in towards this game where it was like, you could see just in the interviews where when you look at Aliens Army, for them, they were saying about how, okay, we're prepping for specifically Swamp Gaming. They're our main opposition. They're the main team who are probably going to be a risk to us, right? And the main side that we've got to take down if we want a chance to make it towards the international stage. Whereas for SG, they're saying, okay, you know, nobody here is competition to us. We're actually already looking internationally. We already think we're going to make it. And, you know, I did say, don't count your chickens before they hatch, right? Because the issue that arises now is that they're sort of 1 map away from losing the series and dropping in towards that lower bracket. Granted, we should expect them to make it through towards the grand final regardless. I mean, either of these 2 teams, whoever goes in towards that lower bracket, we sort of expect them to make it to the next stage regardless. But it's just a big issue for me is that I feel like they've come in a little bit too comfortable and already expecting to win. And yeah, for SG, they've been caught off guard.
Yeah, they definitely have. And it is a really good point you bring up because, again, it's critical, right? Because we noticed, like, the interview of Merckx that we saw a little bit earlier, in case you guys were around, is that he definitely was, you could tell there was not like an ego, but I think he was realistic about how good they are. And he knows that they're a good team. They actually did practice. You know, they were trying to get things in motion a little bit, but being realistic to say, yeah, Swamp's going to be the team to beat. We can beat them, but we're going to just take it game by game, essentially. Whereas the other side, it was like Swamp, like you said, they're kind of already talking about like they're going to international competition, and you're like, hang on a second, you still gotta play the NA teams here to get yourself even in that conversation. And right now, I don't even know. Like, maybe they do a reverse sweep, but they looked pretty much asleep at the wheel from my perspective.
Yeah, things definitely got to change heading in towards map number 2. The only difference is that on map number 2 of Ankara, it is the pick of the AA side, right? And they played great on it earlier. Got a 10-2 and looked fantastic. Shot them all the way throughout. So I'm definitely a little bit worried. That is for damn sure. You're on for some of these highlights as well, and you can just see how good it was for the AA side. Basically, for the vast majority all the way throughout, just looked fantastic.
Yeah, it definitely looked fantastic. And again, a lot of these highlights are going to be Vermilion's army, honestly. Like, the fact that we were even talking about a 7-2 half when they're on the GR side, like, that's so big. Like, we saw that before where they did it on Kara, where they had the 7-2 on the Blacklist side. And then we saw a 6-3 where they were able to, you know, have it against on map number 2 of Eagle Eye. Like, these guys have been able to win, you know, so far in all their 3 maps they've played. They've been able to win the first half by a pretty decent margin. So that's been a really cool little bit of a stat for these guys, because not a lot of teams are putting themselves in a nice buffer like that. But having a 7-2 against Swamp Gaming, I never would have put that on my bingo card. Yeah. Never would have put that there. So now it just makes things even more interesting, you know?
It's very true. It's very true indeed. I mean, this is definitely going to throw a bit of a span in the works. Definitely what was our thought process. Take a look at the stats at the tail end of that one. And yeah, Lewis V looked great. 1.75 KD for him. And both him and Kai is getting a 1 kill per round. But all in all, a great showing out from Louis V. And I think having a player like that who can step up in a big way and really look clean all the way throughout is, yeah, pretty sick, man. No two ways about it. So, good showing. 10-4. We'll take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end. And a couple of people didn't really show up over towards SG, unfortunately. Hunt and GZY in particular, both playing over towards that B side.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you bring up GZY too, because look, I never like being that guy that's like, you know, pointing onto the player, you know, that's not really playing the best. I know, like, him and Hunt definitely had a really quiet game, but there was even in the first opening round, I think he like dropped from the tower in A and like just again giving himself up in a situation that they shouldn't have done. So you saw Swamp just making a lot of critical mistakes, and it kind of seemed like the comms were off, or maybe something was kind of happening. But either way, look, they're gonna have this little bit of a break where they're gonna have to reevaluate what they need to do, just because that really was lackluster. And honestly, they have a lot of work cut out for them if they want to push themselves into a grand final. But look, we're gonna take that few minutes of a break. We're gonna allow these players to collect their thoughts, and we'll see you in a little bit. So don't go too far. Hey, NA fans, we're ready to go. We're ready and back at it with a very short break of 2 minutes. But look, I mean, it's not a lot of time here for Swamp Gaming. I was thinking they might add a couple extra minutes, but unfortunately for them, they're going to have to get ready to go as they're going to go in the map pick here for Aliens Army. And now I wonder what they're going to do. What kind of motivation Famous has been able to kind of talk about with these guys, because they're going to need it.
Yes, I think we look at this now, and SG have got to use this sort of 10-ish minute break and just have a real conversation of kind of what's gone wrong, where have things gone wrong, and how are we going to find our way back in towards this series. We've got to do it on your opponent's map pick, but it's obviously a map that they kind of know themselves relatively well and have a good understanding about. You know, Anchor has played pretty commonly, generally, you know, in the CFWL, but yeah, I mean, a really good showing out from AA. Look, fantastic all the way throughout. They were great earlier against Showtime, winning 10-2 on this map. So they can have a lot of confidence. Map under their belt already. They're going to be feeling pretty great about this. They will be starting on that GR side. So maybe a little bit of a hindrance. I would generally say this is kind of BL-sided. But all in all, I don't know. This is going to make too much of, too much of a difference. For me, if AA play anything like they did in towards that previous map, they could take this in 2.
Yeah, that's just it, right? I mean, that's the thing is like, well, we talked about this before. We saw it in the opening game. It was them being on the BL side, and they won that half, you know, against Showtime 7-2. So it's like, look, how good is their GR side? Well, we're about to really find out, because he's going to get a little bit overwhelmed here, Josh, but at least he finds himself one. But look at Michael. He's just mowing him down, looking for a triple. Yeah, why not? He's just going to take him out, looking for maybe a quad, but he's able to get some good damage done. But now Kai's, he's got a lot of work cut out here for him, Nail.
Yeah, not easy. Not easy, to say the least. This is going to be a tough one to try and kind of find your way back into in this situation, especially when you're already tagged. I mean, it seems like the idea with a minute 15 to work with is he's going to look to see whether they overextend and they kind of basically gift him the opportunities. But I feel like AA are just too kind of smart in that sense, right? They have no need to really push. I say that. LSN does have a little look in, but works out in his favor. So, good start coming out for AA. Great work as well from Michael. You know, backside, looked fantastic. Isolated fights and just took them with ease. And having a player like that who can confidently step up and trying to shut things down from the backside is always what you want to see. So great work all in all, and AA already on that upset sort of trail. Hunt's got out the XM though.
Well, look, I mean this with all the best interest, but yeah, Hunt's got to do some big groundwork here, just because first map was really not a performance that he could talk about. He's probably just trying to remove that. So having the XM out, sure, why not? Let's not typical on a map like this, I would say, like on the BL side, but hey, why not? Maybe he's going to try to play in the vent. He's going to see what he can do with it. I don't mind it, but looks like he's just going to be the shooting gallery, because he's going to get taken out. He's kind of the sacrificial lamb, if you will, and it's allowing some trades, allowing Swamp to be able to find some good duels. But again, you got to worry about Mercs. He's the one just in fence. He's just getting some good spam into this. And the man advantage, once again, still in favor, I should say, for the Aliens Army. But this C4 should be able to get down, but it's not an easy position, because you have a player on the flank and you also got the double player in fence.
That's for sure. Doesn't feel like it gives you a lot of options here. I mean, once again, after the initial fight and bit of contact, it slows down. We're not committing to all too much just yet, but even still, though, to give an opportunity here. Mercs, he probably should have got one then. The fact that he doesn't, he's LSN in a 1 versus 2. However, first series of the day, he pulled off back-to-back 1v2s, so I'm not going to count him out completely. Kai's is holding for this, but I think he's just slipped around that corner. Kai's basically is the insurance policy.
Okay, well, now it's a question if he's going to be able to come clutch into this. And this over peak. Oh, he misses the shot, but he's not going to expect this player above him. Surely not. All of a sudden, it looks like he has a bit of a spidey sense, but no, now he's about to be a dead man. Unless we see Kai's. Unless he overpeaks himself. Oh, dear God. Kai's, what are you doing? He just gives himself up, and LSN's going to come up with a clutch? What on earth is that?
I can't believe it. I can't believe he's got away with another 1 versus 2. This guy, clutch criminal right now. He keeps being gifted these 1 versus 2s, but we should not be losing that SG. That's sloppy. A lot of mistakes made there. I mean, That is a round which basically felt completely unlosable. Granted, they had no information about where he was coming from, sure, but they can't be letting around like that slip. Credit once again to LSM, and this guy is so impressive to watch. Doesn't start off well in this round, but I mean, he did his job at the tail end of that last one.
Oh boy, I just can't believe it. Just again, like this just seems so different than what we see from Swamp. Like it feels like they're not even like we say shells of yourself, and honestly, that's what it kind of is. Like it just seems so many weird mistakes they're making.
Yeah, yeah.
That was not a really great position to be in for a clutch, to be honest. But yeah, really, really unfortunate. But again, I'm gonna bring the excitement here for AA because you love to see it. Some of the former teammates here with some of the Swamp Gaming guys, and they're packing a pretty heavy hit right now.
They are, and fair play. They needed it. Hey, not a super comfortable spot that they're in, which is just because I mean Louis also tagged up, but not completely unlosable either. They've got a space to work with, and obviously plenty of time too. So not in a rush in this sense, but do we need to just make sure? Nice shot. GZY, really good opener there. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Give yourself that comfort. Let you take some control. Mercs it onto back, or Louis may say, with the support of Mercs onto back on towards Brando. Tap it away. Nice shot from Famous. Actually blind there, but he gets it nonetheless.
Yeah, and now with the C4 going down, Mercs, this is a really tough clutch, right? Because you're kind of pretty much in a choke point. Kai's with a flank. This is perfect. Nice job coming in from them. But, okay, Swamp with a good bounce back. This is kind of what happened before. Like, this is where AA were able to find themselves with the opening 2 rounds. Then Swamp Gaming eventually gets himself, removing the goose egg. They get themselves back in this game.
Yeah.
But the question is, for how long? Can they be able to switch things up, turn it up another gear? They're not coasting in second. They're going to go to third gear? Maybe. I don't know, but it's got to be now.
It's true. It's very true. It is definitely that sort of now or never scenario. You can't really allow this side to take too much of that control in the early part. I think generally the way I look at this for me is because this is so BL-sided, that if the GR side get a lot of control early, it worries me. And this is a worrying start for SG towards this round. They're down to 2 in a matter of mere moments.
Oh man, just when we were trying to pump their tires a little bit, they just get deflated, and just domination right now from Alien's army. Love to see it, and this is where you were talking a lot about it. Like, look, Swamp Gaming, you can't really get your sights on the prize, or what's the chicken expression again?
Don't catch your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. I already forgot. I was going to say something totally wrong. So, like, thankfully you corrected me, but. It honestly feels like it, right? It just feels like now they're kind of in this weird blunder. Yeah, no, definitely in a tough spot here. This is, on the other side too, being a really tough watch in the sense of they're just not playing to the level we know that they can. They had, an okay season. We gave them the kind of the benefit of the doubt in some senses. That's better. GZY has actually been pretty clean when it comes towards his entries. And LSM though, still backside. Don't count this guy out just yet. Definitely one that can make a big difference and has that ability to be pretty spectacular on his day. LSN, the clutch criminal, looking to now set up as he wants to shut them down on the side. He's got the support as well. Uh-oh. Left down to Kai's. All to do. 1 versus 3. Surely unlosable. And LSN, he starts it. He closes it in that round as well. Oh, another great round for A. They're up to 4. If they get to 5, I already think job done. I think so too, and look, we're on the same wavelength. I know we got to know each other a lot in Vietnam, and I think we're starting to be on the same page because I was definitely thinking, like, man, if we're talking about a 5, scoreline going into this first half, like this is just problematic here for Swamp, and it just makes me wonder what's going on. Like I said, I know I'm being like a bit like conspiracy theorist right now, but it's like this just seems really weird. Like they don't seem like they're playing their normal selves. We've seen them have some sloppy games, but this is more of a sloppy Joe than I'm used to from them. Yeah,
they're not looking good right now. I think the way I'm looking at things is if we can't see sort of maybe SG get a round of in the next sort of 2, I mean, we're already we're already in a little bit of a kind of a tough spot. But for me, AA, super impressive. Obviously, they played this map in their opening series of the day against Showtime. Now, granted, we weren't expecting a hell of a lot out from Showtime. I think just as a whole. However, the way I look at things now is where if this is just a really good pocket pick for them, where Anchor is just a super, super strong map, that gives them a lot to work with in terms of their veto, and it might actually, make other teams start to think, maybe we've got to change things up a little bit as a whole. So all in all, I'm liking what I'm seeing. AA are playing fantastic, and, unfortunately,
Absolutely.
SG are in a tough spot. I think things need to change sooner rather than later. The issue is, of course, we're in a bit of a tech pause now, so they might get slightly iced out a little bit.
Yeah, possibly, and that is the thing too. Is honestly, it's a situation where I feel like AA is playing really, really well, and I'm not trying to take that away from them. It just, like I said, I'm just a bit surprised for a team like Swamp where they've been quite active, they've been playing, and they played CFWL. Not the best overall stats for them, but still, you get to be in that top echelon of competition here in Crossfire. So that's where I was kind of putting them a little bit on that pedestal to say, like, they're the team to beat. They're the team that probably could get themselves in the grand finals, like, probably convincingly, I would think. But I got to give it to AA. They've really come in with a good game plan. I feel like for a team that's, saying they don't have a lot of chemistry, I'm saying beg to differ here, because I think we're seeing some really good play from them. They see the positioning and the trades honestly look a lot better than what we've seen so far on this day number one.
Yeah, and this is the thing, we also said a little bit earlier in when we looked at kind of the interviews and just said that, you got two different things. That you've got basically the side of where AA are talking about, our preps in towards SG. They're the team we're looking at. Where SG are saying we're not looking at anybody here. None of them really worry us. And that's the thing where it's obviously come right to bite them now, because they've come in just too lax in towards this game.
Honestly, and I know people are probably like, oh, you guys have, it seems like you guys are really focused on that, and it's true though, because like it just kind of feels like you're egoing and you're kind of overlooking your competition, and that's something you can't do as a competitor. You honestly have to look at every single team you play. Doesn't matter if it's an open team or whatever. Yes, there's probably a good chance you could be able to come up with the win, and the probability is in your favor, but you still got to get the job done. And right now, that's where we were kind of saying like AA is not really like an underdog, but I mean, in this matchup, probably could have argued they're the less team to win potentially, but now they're starting to make it look good. Hunt with a nice little bit of a quick swing on this with a double. So now being the Hunter finally gets himself a triple, and now he's starting to come alive a little bit better than what we saw before. This tack timeout is looking like it is panning out nicely here for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Famous gonna find Michael as well, and this feels like it should be everything getting locked into place now, and I think it probably is. Nice work. And, for Josh, this it doesn't feel doable. 1 versus 3, and he's got a long old rotate as well to get over there, to make it all that more harder. I don't really think it's going to get off the ground.
Yeah, I don't think so either. This is not an easy thing to do, because, I mean, Famous is still kind of, exploring. So he's already gotten rid of, like, a lot of variables and says, like, look, he could be through Hotel. He might be able to push through on this. So that communication's being, done. You can see on the mini-map that, GZY is kind of looking around, and Brando's also supporting here, unless they fumble it, but they won't. But what a good round. Honestly, that timeout worked out very perfectly for them, and I got to give it to Hunt. Like, he was able to go for the triple kill. That double opener was something big. We haven't seen that really from this team at all in a whole.
Best thing as well to do off the back of a pause, come straight back into it and just take fights out the gates early. That's exactly what you want to be looking at. Gives yourself the confidence, and hey, yeah, works for them. So it's a good call. It's not the easiest one to be making, but yeah, I like it a lot. Great work.
I like it.
Oh,
a lot.
Yeah. Let's see. Josh, Mercs, waiting behind the smoke. It is good for them just to pump the brakes a second. You don't want to give too much of a preferential fight, but it feels like they've got the right idea. They know that this is a common play for SG to sit up here and wait. They're going to now burst in towards mid. You got Kai's up towards bottom mid. Looking in that direction, that range, and then you've also got this support as Famous, Hunt, Brando all starting to make moves themselves. So this is good.
Yeah, this isn't bad at all. Oh man, Mercs, I was thinking that's really scary, but he's able to get out of that alive, which is pretty crazy to think about too. But now he's actually just playing a little bit more passive on this. I like it. Still being a bit aggressive, but also still kind of being, a bit more disciplined on this. Might even re-aggress, which would actually be a really nice play. Just because you can see Swamp Gaming, they're going to give up that positioning, and Hunt actually looks away. This could be big. Mercs might be able to get the timing of this. he could be able to find somebody and get some good positioning here. Getting this mid control is going to be really important.
Yeah, that's for sure. Does for the moment. Go. A little quiet. Nothing. Offering up for a second. I say that, Lewis. Gonna get caught. Guys, nice fine. And I start barreling in towards the side. So, and I say I'm gonna get caught. There is one up close as Michael. He can only get one in that close range engagement. Josh has kind of got to go nuclear here. And through the fence, it's not going to work out in his favor.
Oh boy. Well, now, I mean, again, Mercs are in a clutch scenario. Now looking for a little bit of these one-on-one duels, but Famous, I was kind of worried. I was kind of looking at him, just kind of peeking on that. I was thinking, are you going to swing this or are you going to hold it? But thankfully, he's going to hold his ground. He's going to hold a nice little bit of an off angle. So, look, we've seen 2 rounds in a row that's been brought back here from Swamp Gaming since that, TAC timeout.
Yeah.
Which that's what you always love to see, right? I mean, that was something we talked a lot about in Vietnam is it's critical when you take that time to really just have the conversation if you can be able to convert these rounds. And so far, so good here for Swamp.
Yeah. I mean, for this SG side, I think they probably need to go flawless for the rest of this half if they want to chance for me. I feel like if you allow AA to go in towards that second half with any sort of a lead, it already gives them so much to work with. But for SG, 2 more rounds in a row here. And we'll maybe be able to talk about them getting into a spot of being potentially pushing us towards a third. I don't know, though. For this SG side, it's all well and good that they found, these last couple of rounds and they looked great and what else, but we need to see a lot more.
No doubt about it. I'm just kidding. I don't actually say a boot. I know people are going to say that because I'm from Canada, but no, just kidding. I'm kidding. I don't actually say that, but either way, Josh, like if he can find the timing of this, like I don't want him to just aimlessly swing on this, but if he can be able to, have his teammate kind of throwing some utility in main or do something that could be big, but are they going to expect him this close? And now he has to swing. Now he has to be able to go for the double kill. That's going to be perfect. That's a perfect play from him. He's done his job, but now his teammates need to be able to do their work as well. Losing some players. Now for the man advantage once again here for Swamp. They're going to get themselves in the sight, but LSN, oh no, he gets taken out. He's only able to find that one. Couldn't get behind the green box in time, but now it's down to the 1v1. Brando and Mercs, the head-to-head. Brando playing a nice little bit of an angle here underneath on tower to see if he's able to find, but Mercs, oh no, a pre-fire from Brando, but it doesn't even matter. Full face of lead, and now we're back to a tie game.
Yeah, big round to be taken there as well. Going to give them a lot to work with, at least in the sense of having this tied game. It means that you have this opportunity. Can we push in towards, a lead in the final round of the half? Can we give ourselves just a bit of something to work with? But that's exactly the right way to go about it. So well played. It's at least an opportunity now where we can say, okay, having this under your belt is going to give us a lot more confidence in terms of what we've got and all the rest. And maybe might just be something to add to the tally. I mean, I want to see now whether we can see SG going towards this kind of second half and showcase what they've got on the other side as well, right? And say, are they able to kind of prove their worth on this sort of GR and potentially even push this towards a third? I mean, it does really feel like AA have taken the foot off the gas.
Yeah, it really does. It seems like ever since that timeout, it's just like that kind of really like, put the brakes on it for them, and essentially, which is kind of little odd just because they were looking so dominant on the same time. But I mean, again, we're at that point of the 4-4. This round is going to be really, really important for both these teams, right? I mean, for like we said, if AA can finish this in 5, it's going to be a nice comfort for them to go back into the BL side. But Swamp Gaming, they are a team that they do like to play on the GR side. But now we'll have to see. And now this rotate actually from Mercs. This is going to be important because now he's silently going to make his way towards that B site. And he's playing a really good rotator position right now. But LSN, is he going to expect this? Oh, player's already crossed. Oh, no. He might not be ready for this. This might actually backfire against him. Oh, how does he get away with it? How does he almost get away with 2?
All right. It still feels very difficult. Hunt is so low here. Merc's in a pretty good position. Now that he's smoked out from behind, he can either go through it, hope that they're not looking his way, and he would be right. They are looking his way. He gets one. Cold pulled out for the second as well. That's actually masterfully played by Mercs. Brando, he does a bit of damage. Famous cleans him up, but he will be the one to fall. So AA took their foot off the gas a little bit, and it did require something a bit special at the end, but they still do go into that second half in the lead. So that's what that matters.
They definitely do. Yeah, and honestly, a pretty decent, half, all things considered. I was kind of wondering if, there was a piece about this for, Alien, that they're going to be able to bring in maybe for 5 or 6. But honestly, the fact they're able to still get themselves a lead into that first half is not too bad. I mean, it was a good work from, SG to use the tack timeout, get themselves climb back into this game to be a little bit more competitive. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what's going to be a little bit different, because now it's going to be two strengths going against each other, which will be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at this though, and I think AA in a really good spot, especially just considering because their BL side as a whole is very, very solid. They have really good protocols on it. They looked fantastic earlier against the Showtime side, and I'm probably expecting more of that heading in towards this second half, right, where they get to once again just showcase how well they're able to kind of change up the tempo and playing around with the timing to dictate the pace of this game. And it's something that SG might have a little bit of kind of trouble trying to adjust to.
Well, we're about to find out. Double here for the Alien Army, and okay, well, Michael's going to start things off again, and this is what he did in the beginning. Yeah. This is what happened in the first series of the day. He's like, yeah, let me get the opening pick. Why not? It's fine. It ain't no thing. I can do it. And he's still continuing on that trend.
It's true. It's quite off the back of those initial ones, but you have to look at it and say, where are the opportunities going to arise for this side? I don't know if it's going to be here. At the very least, an answer back for one. Having that under your belt as you can slowly chip away might give you a chance. GZY's kind of got to go huge here. If he can get a kill and fall away on Trader, that's massive. Michael is actually in trouble. And he's probably asking for a little bit of support. Michael's probably just basically got to try and stay alive for as long as possible so that they can go and hit this site. And they will actually get B.
Oh, well, nice little peekaboo from Lewis, and Brando, like, just super unaware, like just has no idea he's there. But all right, well, this is looking like it could be a good round here for the Aliens Army to be able to find themselves into a 6th round potentially. But again, Famous alive here. GZY also close on by, and now Josh has to hit the shot. A beautiful little bit of a taparino. Now Famous trying everything in his power. It's looking good with a double kill, but is he going to expect Lewis on this position? He definitely does. He's trying to pre-fire. He's looking everywhere, and Lewis, I don't know how he survives this, but he does by the skin of his teeth.
My God, it's close. Very close indeed, but it will be just a little bit of a buffer zone. Hey, 2 rounds ahead, and now only 4 rounds away. Mapping the series and booking themselves up. That's spotting towards the grand final, which is definitely not what we expected at the start of the day.
Not at all. I mean, I definitely, like we said, I think this one definitely, had the painting of a 3-map series all over this. So if it does turn into a 2-0, okay. That's definitely not what I expected from day number 1. I'll tell you that right now, but I'm all for it, though. It's definitely, it makes it really interesting, especially if Swamp, they can't get their things in order.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Gonna make this, quite an interesting time. That's for sure. For now, though. Wyatt on the offset. Quiet for a moment. GZY, though, for a pretty big double. Will eventually fall. Famous can add one more as well to the tally, so maybe a chance to work with. A nice swing. Running out of ammo, Josh sort of had to drop away, and it did leave LSN on a bit of an island there, but he doesn't get punished for it. So okay in that sense. Double flash over. Brando jumps across to spot something and doesn't spot anything.
They're going to be able to pick this C4 up, but oh, beautiful shot from LSN. Might be able to find this other one. Brando, I was going to say, you need to be careful. Need to stop over peeking this, and LSN's trying just to keep going for the fight, but they still got a minute. They don't have to commit to this yet, right? I mean, they can kind of still wait things out. You can see Swamp now. They're getting a little bit more curious, poking and prodding themselves into the site. That's going to be the bomb carrier down, but look at LSN!
Oh.
Perfect flank, and he's able to find that round for them. Beautifully done.
Yeah. Really, really nice. Do you know what? He's done this so many times, hasn't he? LSN gets caught upon in a moment. They need a bit of a hero, and he always steps up. He always finds a way to deliver. So, absolute credit to him. He a joy to watch when he's playing as well as he is. And yeah, fair play. Fair play indeed. So great work. 7-4. 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Perfect spot for AA to be in. Hunt trying to get aggressive, and that will cost him his life. Brando will also fall as well. Louis V says, thank you very much.
Yeah, honestly, I love that. Lewis was like essentially ready for that. Like he knew the one was there, and he's like, you know what? There's got to be going to be another one here. And then he just perfectly waited it out. Was just a bit patient on it and gets himself a really easy 2K. But now we're starting to see, this is what we were talking about, SG getting a bit desperate. Not a bad play to take down Michael, but that's a fake. It's all a ruse. And now you can see the army, they're getting themselves invading into this territory of the B site. But they still have to worry about Kai's. They still have to worry about this and Famous getting close on by as well here with the AK. This is going to be an issue because there is a flank that is being commenced as well. And I believe that's from Kai's, if I'm not mistaken. He's actually taking a different approach on this. So this position is critical right now, Nate.
Yeah, it is. It is. It does momentarily go a little quiet. Josh up close, getting one. Famous can answer back though as well. Bring out of ammo, but Kai's can't punish him for it. Oh my, we're still on. We're still on here. Time ticking. Louis V low. So is Famous, and the Colt is all that was needed. Another big step up. I mean, Louis V's had a round though, hasn't he? 2 to start things off, and a nice little shot at the end to close it. Brilliant work. Cannot complain about that at all. And having a player like that who just, again, sort of constantly steps up and can bail you out of situations, this is brilliant. AA, their prep is paying off in dividends right now.
It really is. This preparation's been really, really impressive. I'm just color me impressed right now, right? I mean, I didn't think that they were going to be putting up this kind of score lines against this team. I thought this one was going to be the bar burner. And I mean, look, SG, I don't want to say they're historically known to be like the comeback team where they can make a claw, but they are a team that do start slow. So maybe just maybe, but they have to do it now, right? I mean, if they can't be able to find this, that's going to be map and series point that's going to be here for Aliens Army, but now things are getting really tense. You can see that Swamp Gaming play a little bit different than they had before. And they're going for the triple player A at this, and that's the wrong read. And actually, the Aliens Army, they're getting ready for a B hit once again.
Yeah. Honestly, credit to them. Brando's going to go absolutely massive here. He actually makes a smart decision of just not even sticking around. They're going to play full retake. He'll drop a flash and he'll get out of there. That's exactly the right way to play it, but it will allow them now to kind of take the site and maybe try and work with it. Kai's going to try and come up close. He'll get caught. So will Hunt. And one by one, they're just getting picked off here. Like dominoes, they're dropping. This is brilliant.
Yeah, this is really brilliant. And now Famous, I mean, again, that's a guy that's well known, but is he well known to do this 1-on-4? I don't know. With only 24 seconds remaining, the smoke just blocking his vision. Spots Mercs, trap it away, he gets the one. Can't get the second one as well. So now map and series point teed up right now for Aliens Army, and they got themselves a beautiful buffer here. And this is now 5 rounds needed for Swamp Gaming to push OT for the first time of the day. But only 1 more round needed here for Aliens Army to get themselves sitting comfortably in that grand final.
Yeah, deservedly as well. They've been great all day. You know, it's relatively early in the morning in North America, but they're playing fantastic. They're sharp, they're awake, they're kicking. And this has been, it's been a really tough showing, hasn't it? Not what you want to see from this side. Oh, however, maybe still a bit of life here. I say that Favorite to get caught as well, and now surely it feels like we're on his last legs. This might be wraps here, mate, because all down to 2. Hunt and Kai's, they've both had their problems.
Oh, they really have. And now Kai's just has to do something big, but he's looking for that double kill. He's going to be gifted it. Somehow, some way, Aliens Army, they're getting a little bit too antsy. They're getting a little bit too excited, and the celebrations might be a bit premature. But it is still the 2-2. Merc's able to put himself in the smoke, blocking things off on the corridor. But this is for the ace. This is for him to lock it down, and his teammate Josh close on by. And you can see Swamp Gaming getting ready to go for the vent push potentially. A beautiful paw flash, but it might just be all over, and indeed it is. Merc's going to be able to get the quad to end it off, and they're going to be able to have themselves with the 2-0 sweep against Swamp Gaming.
Definitely not what we expected. We came in towards today saying, you know, Swamp Gaming are probably seen as maybe our favorites just as a whole, just because, you know, we saw them in CFWL. They looked okay, but we always had this thing about the ping and whether that was maybe the reason holding them back. But now they just played against a side who are also on a similar sort of disadvantage to them, and there was just no real issues. I mean, absolute credit has to be given towards AA. A bit of a sleeper, dark horse side who have been fantastic today, and yeah, still yet to drop a map, and now booked themselves a spot towards the grand final. We could really be seeing a bit of a changing of the guards here in North America.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's been a really cool showing to see what Aliens Army's been able to do, and especially just against, you know, taking down their first opponent pretty convincingly, and then even for Swamp, it felt like the first map was the closest, you know, encounter they really had, but, you know, really that first half of the second was kind of a little bit back and forth. Swamp Gaming did a good job to bringing it back for a 5-4 in the disadvantage, but honestly, Aliens Army, their game plan and their positioning and their cool, calm, and collected play is really what just allowed them to get the 2-0. And I think Swamp Gaming, they got a lot of talks to have today for the preparation of tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got to make a little bit of a run now to that lower bracket. It's not going to be the easiest, but I still think that I'd be very surprised if you don't see them in that final regardless. But if they are to make it to the final, then they've also on the other side got to do something kind of crazy, right? Because that was a pretty woeful performance. I don't think they've really got going, but it also just really felt like that AA had done their preparation in the right spots in the right places. And we kind of said this, you know, we're going to kind of beat a bit of a dead horse here, but this is a side who had two different mindsets coming towards the tournament. AA were looking specifically at Swamp Gaming and saying, this is the side we've got to beat if we want a chance. Swamp Gaming was saying, nobody's really a problem for us. We're going to pretty comfortably head in towards the next stage. And I think they were just thinking about a couple steps too far away. And unfortunately, unfortunately, it just didn't really work out for them. They've kind of thought a little bit too far in the future, and they should have really been focusing on the present.
Yeah, no, and no doubt about that. And I think that's where I think for Kai's, he's going to be like, wow, I really ate my own words on that one, because we have a lot of work cut out for us if we even want to make it to the finals, right? So that's where I think, you know, we talked about AA, and I really don't think there's been a lot of plays where you can criticize to say like, ooh, that's a bad mistake, or why did you do this? It was actually more a Swamp that I felt like there was conversation of like, why did this player overpeak this, or why did this player do this? So it kind of makes you wonder what the conversation's like inside the team internally, or what's happening kind of in the server, and when things are getting a little bit hectic in the action. But look, we have those replays and stats to show you here momentarily, but it's, again, I've been really happy to see everybody from AA really kind of getting themselves like stepping up when they need to. Like I said, I thought Mercs and Michael were going to be the two star players, and if they play well, the team's going to play well, but that's not the case at all. It's everybody has really contributed nicely for this team, and that's a very exciting thing to see, because you need to have all 5 players to be able to pop off.
Definitely now really does change things up in terms of if we do see AA move on towards you know, that in such a stage and be this NA representative, they actually are playing pretty well, right? You know, we're looking at this where it's the teamwork and the synergy is very clean. The individuals are hitting their shots, and you know, as we run through sort of this sort of highlight package, you can just see how mechanically Chris decided on, but how well they kind of play around each other and off each other. So yeah, no, it's super impressive. I really am liking what I'm seeing, and a big thing for me now is, can they keep up this consistency in towards tomorrow? The worst possible thing that can happen is, you know, play really well and look fantastic today, and then go in towards tomorrow and just sort of fall off a little bit. That would be the worst case scenario. So let's, you know, hope that they can carry this on in towards tomorrow. But honestly, I'm really impressed with what I saw.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, and that's actually a really good point that you bring into, because that is a really good point, because now for Aliens Army, it's like they really did play a great game of CrossFire here today. Like, they were able to get the 2-0 sweeps on both these series that they played, but then for them, are they going to be able to play as well as they did today for tomorrow? That's a whole other question. But if they do, then yeah, there's definitely that piece where they could be able to be that team to be the NA representative. And honestly, that'd be a great thing, because it's kind of changing the guard a little bit to potentially, and that's an exciting thing too, because we were saying, you know, the competition in NA is definitely not what it used to be. We know that, but this team has really shown that they have a good system, you know, considering their time together. But yeah, I think LSN has been, you know, I've been really impressed. We got to see some really good highlights from him, but you can just see like his overall KD, and like even Famous, like these are low numbers for a player like him, because he really is a demon in the server. Like that is something nobody will be able to debate, but it's just like, it wasn't their day at all today, it seemed like.
Yeah, you know, the way I look at it as well, you know, for individuals like LSN, he's just so clutch, right? I mean, he's always one of those guys who, multiple times today, we saw him step up in a big moment where they required him, you know, 1v2, 1v3 or whatever, and he was able to just put up numbers. So really impressed by him. 2 KD at the tail end, 1.14 kill per round is pretty solid as well. On the other side, Hunt, Brando really struggled. Hunt had a bad series as a whole. He just never got going at all. Back-to-back 10-4 for Alien's Army. Fantastic showing from them. Super impressive with what we saw. And, on the other side for Swamp Gaming, did not show up, did not look good. And unfortunately, if this is what we're going to see going forward, who knows? Even if they are able to kind of make it through that lower bracket and towards the finals, it does really feel like AA have got their number.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's now, like we said, it's kind of having the Coach Carter conversations, and now Swamp Gaming have a lot of discussions to have, because now they're going to be fighting themselves to the lower bracket run tomorrow, and that's to get themselves in the grand final to see if they are going to be the representative, as you can see here with the bracket. So we're going to be covering that lower bracket round on the far left of the screen, as you can see. But that's the thing. It's now Swamp will kind of be waiting, in the wings a little bit around number 3, but still, it's a big question of, who else can they compete against? Are they going to be able to stomp these other teams? I don't even know anymore, because it didn't even feel like they were themselves at all. So it's going to be a very big question mark for me.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I really don't know. I mean, we'll have to take a look and see. And it is setting up pretty interestingly for tomorrow, of course. You got Showtime waiting in the lower bracket round 2. They'll take on the winner of our next series and then pass that Swamp Gaming 2 as well. Let's say it is Showtime, for example. You can already see where actually the kind of the hierarchy is here, right? Where you've got kind of Swamp Gaming probably seen, at least in terms of the lower bracket, seen at the top end. Showtime are quite a step down below that, and then we'll have to see how these two next guys are in comparison to like Showdown and the likes of Swamp Gaming. For now, though, we're going to throw this on to a break before we head on over to the lower bracket side of things and set up our final best of 3 of the day. So sit tight. See you soon.
Howdy gamers, ready to go, and we're on the final series of day number 1, and it's going to be Naokai and myself last to bring you through the last BO3 for action here in CrossFire, and it is going to be the lower bracket run, which will be interesting because we haven't seen both these teams play yet on the stream. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'm starting to get a bit of a a hierarchy in terms of maybe where things are lying in this lower bracket specifically. We say SG are probably the side that are kind of the best team in this lower bracket, at least kind of compared to what we saw earlier. No one's been able to really compete with AA just yet, right? Showtime. For them, they also had a little bit of a run in that second map, but it was kind of, it never felt like there was going to be anything really behind that. So I'm looking at this and saying, right, can any of these two sides prove that they got something really dominant up their sleeve and then maybe able to take on Showtime? And then is it enough for them to be able to even consider then going up against SG? It is interesting. We'll have to see, though. Interesting kind of proposition we're in here, because whoever, if one of these CSIs want to make it to the grand final, they've got to do multiple best of threes in a row. So it's going to be a bit of a long old road to that grand final.
It definitely is, and that's kind of the unfortunate thing is when you're one of those teams in the lower bracket, it's like it's pretty much do or die the whole way, right? You have to win every game, you have to take it game by game, and you got to fight yourself like tooth and nail to get yourself throughout this entire bracket. So it's never easy, but look, we're going to bring up a little bit of a video for you for Delusional. We want to show you guys a little bit of what's going on, so let's run the clip.
Hi everyone, Logic here. I'm playing for Delusional this year in CFS 2024 Regional Finals. It feels great to be in the regional finals again. We are very happy and excited to play once again and are hoping to take home the trophy. During the open qualifiers, the key challenges that we faced was our lack of practice, so we are just not as ready as we wanted to be, and so we're hoping to take this week to get a lot more ready for the playoffs. In order to prepare for regional finals this year, we've been just scrimming other American teams online along with a couple of other European teams, and then just dry running our practices. This year in the finals, I think the hardest competition is the team Aliens Army. They were tough to beat, or tough to play against last year, so I think they'll be really good this year with a new roster change. Winning this year's regional finals would mean a lot to us, as it's been 5 years since the last time we went to the grand finals internationally, and we would just like to go again and maybe end our careers on that or something. So it would be really meaningful to us as a team. Hopefully we can pull that off. Hey everybody, thank you for supporting us and cheering for us in CFS this year. Your support means a lot to us and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much.
Well, he wasn't wrong about Aliens Army. They've been fantastic so far, so credit to him. Kind of he jumped on that ship pretty early. But yeah, absolutely spot on. They've been great. I mean, definitely probably the side that we are looking towards to maybe even go the whole distance. But the question is, can they join them? They said, it's been 5 years since we've been on an international stage. Maybe it's time to change things back up. And for Delusional to be able to get their spot back on this international stage, but it is going to be a long road. They've got fine dining first, and then they've got potentially Showtime, then potentially Swamp Gaming, and then potentially Aliens Army. So it's going to be a long old road to get towards that international spot. But I respect the confidence. They said they've been doing some dry runs, some work, some prac as well against some of the other side. So they're definitely not taking this lightheartedly, which is good to see. Especially I'll keep mentioning it, it's a polar opposite sort of how Showtime kind of came in towards their interview.
Yeah, exactly. I do like it's a bit more humbled on this one and recognizing we didn't have practice, we didn't have the right opportunity to get ourselves here, and now we're trying to scrim and playing American teams, but also playing some of the European teams. So you love to hear that, because I think that again just kind of expands the horizon here in terms of their practice regimen. So I do like it, but it is going to be of course, obviously a map pick is going to be really critical on this, because I think for fine dining, they lost to Aliens Army before in the group stage, so that's never easy. But maybe that's not a bad thing, because they've already played some of the best competitions, so maybe they can use that to their benefit. And Mexico is going to be picked, so
wow,
okay, we're starting it off with some good spice to end the day.
Yeah,
I like it.
Not often you get a Mexico pick coming through basically in any region, so to see it picked in here is actually kind of wild. I'm interested to see sort of how this ends up playing out. Will it work well for Delusional or not, or is it, you know, a bit of a delusional pick? We'll have to see. Fine Dining in the response, they're gonna go for a compound, a little bit more bread and butter, a little bit more simple. In terms of the pick, very, very popular, kind of played in all regions. I always like to call this just a bit of a middle ground map, right? You know, teams sort of all know how to play it to a pretty high level. They all know and understand it in that sense. My expectation is probably something like a Port as a decider, but we'll have to see. Just because, again, it's one of those sort of middle of the ground maps that most teams sort of have in their locker.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have essentially 2 different maps we haven't had all day yet. So I think Compound was the 3rd map in the previous series if it was going to make it there. But yeah, so far so good. And I like that there's a bit of a change up in the variety of this. But it will be interesting to see what they're going to land here for the final pick and everything like that. But it does make me wonder, you know, for Delusional, like their pick of this, like I'm assuming they've done some kind of practice on it. But that's the thing, you know, going back to an old point you made, is not a lot of people like to play Mexico. So it's one of those things. And yeah, your prediction was right. So it is going to end with Port as a 3rd and final. But man, this pick of Mexico will be kind of a good Kickstarter, to be honest, with this best of 3.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, definitely a weird one, though. I'm really interested to see kind of what is the mindset behind this. Why have we gone for this pick? Why have we kind of gone in towards a Mexico? And it's actually something that's going to come back to bite us a little bit, just because some teams do come in a little bit, I don't know, underprepared in that sense for a Mexico. But at the other times, you know, how much prep can you actually get? I don't think a lot of teams would really, in your kind of pracs and your scrims, I don't think a lot of teams are going to want to play this. This is a pretty common permaban, right? So for me, I look at this on the other side and say, have they really been able to get any scrims on this map? Or, you know, they were talking about dry runs. Is this where they've had the dry runs, where they've had to kind of just dry run Mexico to make this somewhat part of the pool? We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm interested to see how things play out nonetheless going forward in towards this veto. Compound, of course, is a pretty standard one. If Delusional are able to take Mexico with ease, and then they should have a very good understanding about how to play Compound. There is a chance that 2-0 there. At the same time, Fine Dining could potentially have a bit of an upset in the sense of it. They can take Mexico going towards their map pick with confidence.
No, definitely. And it is a good point that you bring up about, like, just in terms of practicing, because I mean, there's a difference between when you do like dry runs and, like, you know, practicing strategies in a server, like just the 5 of you on a map, like, which kind of makes me wonder if that's what Delusional did with Mexico. And they're like, you know what? We picked up some good gimmicks from everybody else. We're going to just run these and it's going to be fine. Maybe they did get scrims on it. It's always hard to play a map that, you know, you don't really want to play and teams don't really get to play that often, but we'll find out. I mean, it's a bold one, but like you said, kind of leading into Compound, definitely agree with you. It kind of feels like it's the safe pick for a lot of teams because it's not overly complicated, but at the same time, like, the BL side, you really have to be, you know, making a lot of presence for getting that map control. Otherwise, you really can lose control of your BL side pretty quickly if the GR side can just push B main, or they can push into you know, A main radio and stuff like that. It's never a good time. So that's gonna be really, really important, especially with, you know, Fine Dining starting in the blacklist side. So that'll be interesting when we get to map number 2. And Port is always, to be honest, to me, is always that top, you know, 2 pick. It feels like everybody likes to play Port.
Yeah, no, exactly. It is just, you know, it's one that at least both of these sides, no matter how much practice they actually have done, and obviously they were speaking and saying we've not done, you know, some of them have been saying we've not done a huge amount, or for a lot of them it's just sort of kind of brushing off the cobwebs a little bit. I look at this as a map, or at least a veto, which gives you a lot of kind of potential, right? You have enough to work with here where you can say, okay, how are we going to find our way back into this? But we're playing maps that, even if we haven't played for a while, we know this. The game sense won't exactly be lacking or anything of the sort. So that's the veto we're going to be heading in towards. It's hard to predict because, you know, I haven't casted either of these 2 sides just yet. So I'm going to be looking at this and saying who can really come out the gates flying early doors. You know, we obviously saw AA sort of shock us a little bit earlier of how well they were playing. And this might be another chance where we get to see a bit more of the same. Right? Potentially we could see one of these sides come out the woodwork and showcase what they've got. Obviously, you know, these 2 sides start in the lower bracket because they're showing in the groups wasn't exactly phenomenal, but it could have been a bit of a hiccup there, and they could maybe find their form here and now. We'll have to see. It's going to be an interesting one to call nonetheless. But yeah, I don't really know which one to lean here, but I'm interested to see about this Mexico pick just in general.
Yeah, me too. And honestly, it's hard to make a bit of a prediction on this one. But if you're going to twist my arm, I would probably lean this slightly for Delusional, only because I mean, you talk about their roster, there's like the core group of them when they used to, like when Lazarus used to have like an NA roster. This is a core group of them.
Yes.
So it's kind of like that history, these guys playing together. There's all those kind of pieces that you can kind of rely on. But again, I don't know. Like that's always a tough thing. So that's why I'm going to say, like, if you had to make me predict, slightly I would pick them. But this one is definitely a bit of a coin toss because I think both these teams have kind of taken a bit of a beating in the open stages, but now they're kind of here in the lower bracket. But this is where this could kickstart them to play a lot better, right? Because that's where the pressure builds up, and you lose and you're out, you're done.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you
that's
can't
important.
really pull any punches here in the early part of this game, right? I think is the main thing. We're looking at this and saying you've got to come in and kind of take notes early doors and not really allow kind of either side taking that kind of control. We saw with the thing of AA is that they came out the gate so quickly into their opening series that unfortunately Showtime could never get going. And I think even when they started to come alive in kind of the tail end of the map, it was too little too late. This is the one thing you can't do here. You know, it is still relatively early-ish, I guess, in North America, but for the most part, we'll look at this and saying for them, right, can this side, you know, have they done the warm-up? Are they feeling prepared? And have they maybe had a little bit of time to either kind of understand what their notes are about these two sides, or on the other side, or maybe have we, you know, practiced scrim them, or what do we remember from it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, because like you know, it is really good to hear, you know, for Delusional kind of talking about, you know, their practice and being honest about it and realizing it wasn't the greatest. But look, there's no messing around. These guys are definitely going to try to get this mid control right away. They don't want to wait things out. They don't want to get stuck behind the mud. And oh my God, it's just holding W. Everybody's just going for gunfights right away. We haven't even made it to the 2-minute mark, and we're talking about a 3-on-3. And this just seems like a bit of a speed round we're going through right now. And you can just see it's full of guns. Everybody's just blazing. And now it's going to be nicely done here from Fine Dining. And yeah, that's a nice little bit of an appetizer.
Yeah, not bad at all. All right, fair play. So, on the way to start things off. I mean, super quick. I don't hate the decision there by Delusional in the sense of, for them, you know, trying to step up the pace and the tempo so early doors. However, the issue is, though, they went in very sloppy, and unfortunately, it was actually quite simple for Fine Dining just to isolate fights. And Fine Dining are super happy to fight in these early rounds.
Yeah, they really are. And actually, and I'm glad to see this, but I also love the fact that we're seeing Delusional just again, like trying to get really aggro. They're just trying to put some really good pressure onto this. It's not working out, but look, like I'm liking this change of pace. I really do think this is not a bad thing. This map is typically really slow. Like this is a map where you typically see everybody just sitting in mid, waiting for all the util to get burned, and then you're kind of like making a play with that like 45 seconds. And already now, I mean, these guys are trying to really, you know, really step it up with a couple extra jalapenos in here with the spice. So I'm not against it now.
Yeah, I'm with you. Either way, it is a little quiet. First fight doesn't go well for Delusional, and they just pull back. They just kind of pump the brakes ever so slightly and say, right, we've got to try and find a way to once again isolate some sort of a fight. But I don't know. Doesn't really feel like they've got too much to work with for the moment. Pop shot. There's obviously a little bit of gap on towards the back plat position, and a minute to work with Delusional. We've got to make a decision here.
Yeah, we definitely do. This is, yeah, because this is what's going to happen. Alvin's just going to go around and just look for a little low-hanging fruit. So, puts him back in a 5-on-3 still. And, I mean, again, they're taking a lot of time, and this is the problem. Like, I feel like when you're on the BL side, like, you have so many angles you have to clear. Like, that's the problem. Like, you really are at a big disadvantage on the BL side on this. Like, this is a heavily GR-sided map, so even, like, Tooney tries to go for the fight there. Like, I feel like, again, you're really wishful thinking on that. So you can see Uzar right now trying his best to be able to find now something, but you got two players in the critical HP. But honestly, with 25 seconds, no C4 control at all, this should be done and dusted. And unless we see the biggest fumble known to CrossFire history, not going to happen. But it is going to be Fine Dining once again that's able to cook up a pretty convincing second round.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so simple. They're being given the opportunity to isolate fights without really having to worry about trades basically ever. So credit to them. Nice start as well for Spark. It is where they can once again take this control. I mean, Logic does answer back with one of his own. So at the very least, they've got a little bit of something working for them, but they still need to be careful. Fine Dining, more than happy to just shell up on towards the backside because they've got the numbers advantage.
Flush is going to get thrown. And again, this advantage for Fine Dining is great. When you can be able to have the number advantage, especially on the GR side on this map, like, man, look out. Like, it just puts you in such a way higher win percentage than normal, right? I feel like some maps, you don't necessarily have to worry about that. But on a map like this, it's definitely, it just puts you in such a way more of a winning conversation. So, and they're not even being over aggressive. They're actually just turtling up in these sites. They're playing a really good defense. So you love to see it. And they're really putting a lot more here for Delusional. Now they're trying to get aggressive. Actually, a good shot from Leaves right now, but is it going to be a spray down? KXN trying his best. Playing behind the forklift, just doing everything he can, just dancing around. Brilliant. They're just going to be able to two-toe tap, and there we go, finally. But is it going to be enough? My God, Uzar now bringing it down to the 1v1 with 39 HP. This is just a gunfight, and Alvin's still trying to do what he can, and he's just tenderizing him here with the pistol. What is going on, Neo? This is just Mrs. Madness. These guys are still dancing around. Little duck, duck, goose. Still with 50 seconds, and it's going to be the Colt to get them still with a 3-0.
Jesus, that was probably a lot closer than it should have been. Even for a moment, it felt like he might have pulled off basically a 1 versus 3 there. Thankfully, it's not to be the case, but it was momentarily a little concerning. Thankfully, in the end, didn't make too much of a difference. But, I mean, credit to Uzar for even making that a possibility. But thankfully, and just because of how low Uzar was, sees it off. 3-0. Fine Dining doing fine work so far, and honestly, this showing from them is super impressive. They're just not giving the opportunities over, which is exactly what you want to see. Pop shot from Logic doesn't quite convert, so he'll just dip away.
The old dip away here. Just realized that guy's name's Toonie.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's from Canada. That's a name of a currency in Canada. If you didn't know that,
I didn't know that.
It's a coin, $2. If that helps.
Okay.
It's called a toonie.
Honestly, maybe. Right? I mean,
and did you know that our $1 is called a loonie?
Oh, I think I've actually heard that. To be fair.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Give me some Canadian education here.
Why is it?
Since we're talking about NA games, you know.
What? But for what reason? Why is it a loonie?
I couldn't tell you. It's just Monopoly money we run over here. I can't even tell you.
It's all fake.
It's all fake. Who cares?
For now, minute on the clock, and a much slower start, but it's still a similar start as it always has been, though, with Fine Dining looking good. Logic at least will answer back one of his own, but a little scrappy, a little weird so far in this back and forth.
Yeah, again. And now it's just going to be actually a nice little bit of a cleanup here for Delusional. They're going to be able to find the double kill. A couple heads are getting cracked. So now this is a big advantage. We haven't seen them in this kind of a power position, I think, at all yet in this game, really. So now it's a question of just holding the post plant, which should be good. And that's kind of the difficulty of this map is it really does favor the GR side when they're, when the full advantage 5-on-5. But if you can get the plant down in the post, it really, again, it kind of does that full switch, right? Like they're essentially just playing defense. So you can see there, they did a good job just locking it down, and they get on the board. So they have themselves a loony of a round.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, to start things off in, a bit of a nice way. I mean, sooner rather than later, I think is the main thing for us. It was, for a moment, a little bit worrying. Find out that once again, starting, well, they've always had that going for them. They've always had that strength of where, because they've got this strong start, they give themselves such a nice kind of positive in the early part of this round, but at least we saw towards that last one that you can't completely count out Delusional.
Well. This is the thing too, like I think for Fine Dining, just putting themselves in the early duels right away, like I said, it's a great thing to do on the GR side, just because then your defense can just be full strength. You don't have to worry about like a defect in it.
Yeah.
And now it makes it even harder for Delusional because now they have to refight for mid. Actually, a nice shot from Logic though, but are they going to expect Spark to be here? And yes, they will. Actually, a little bit of an overextension now from Fine Dining. They were getting a little bit too hungry for this. And now Delusional, all of a sudden, they've been able to convert this round into their favor. And I think a bit of a misplay from Fine Dining.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're given a chance here. Very weird. Nice shot, though, at the very least. And trying to make things work in their favor. I mean, all down to one. I don't think he's really got a chance here, for being completely honest. Tough spot, once again, where too many opportunities, too many lackluster fights are being given over. And Look at the spot we now find ourselves in. It's where slowly but surely Delusional can start to, you know, open the door a little bit to success coming through for them. And they could do that. We might just have something on the cards here.
Yeah, definitely maybe, but this is a thing where, like, you know, for Fine Dining, they have to be able to lock this down, and they need as many rounds as possible right now if they want to be able to have this map in their favor. But won't forget, this was the pick here for Delusional, so obviously they have something up their sleeves, you would think, but...
Yeah, you'd hope.
You would hope, yeah. Oh, at KXN, this is a nice little bit of a position. Ooh, nice little tap, but we'll not expect the secondary one, so actually that could bite them a little bit here.
Yeah. Let's get a little bit quiet around it. Not a huge amount on offer just yet. A little pop shot. Waiting for an opportunity. Let's go a little quiet. 1 minute 10 to work with. They've got plenty of time still.
Yeah, they do got a lot of time.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, Cruzar, you're gonna be careful here. And yep, not the best peak to go for, but that's all right. That's the problem with dry execute. And okay, Fine Dining looking like could be quick bite, could be good. Unless Tooney's able to get himself more than a Tooney, he's gonna need 2 Toonies. Make it 4, and I mean he's only got 40 seconds remaining here with the bomb in his back, but he's just getting pinched. You can see all these defensive players essentially have him sandwiched in, and there we go. It's going to be done, and not too bad for Fine Dining. A lot of damage inflicted against them, but they survive it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good thing because, you know, the couple of rounds that you've seen out from Delusional, what we'll see is Fine Dining get the opening kill and then actually just not do enough to convert it. That's better. Get the opening kill and then convert the round. This time, though, 1-for-1 early trades isn't the worst thing in the world for Delusional. You don't allow what has happened quite commonly where it's Fine Dining get a kill and actually just fall away.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, going for the back of the 1-on-1 trades like this, it's just a bit interesting because now you can see Blossom spawning for the sewer, and both these players, are they gonna, oh my, what? Ooh. That's a perfect read. You can't even see the name tags through the smokes anymore, so that's, I don't know if he's able to just see something or that was just a total random spam, but honestly, that was wild.
Yeah, fair play. I had a good understanding, and it worked out well. However, Delusional, tough spot for them as numbers don't favor them, and of course, you know, Evenade's taking a bit of damage, but it's not impossible. I mean, Tooney does sort of have to go pretty massive. Let's see, though. I don't know. He did spot the right in, but Alvin posted, waiting for exactly that, and well. Brilliant work. Seen off in the end. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing. Starting well, finishing well, giving yourself everything you need in these sort of rounds. And once again, extended that lead. Now guaranteeing a lead heading into the second half too is always really good.
Okay, now we're seeing Delusional kind of stepping up a little bit here. They're putting their foot on the gas potentially, but that utility might scare them just a little bit. But look at how fast Fine Dining, they actually just really pull off on this. They don't want to go for the fight, but this is a really smart play because, again, they have the number advantage. They're just going to turtle up, and it's just a slaughterhouse in here. And look at how fast they take him out. And it's a flawless round for them. They're going to have that 6-2. So not bad at all. Honestly, Delusional, it's falling apart a little bit here on the Blacklist side, and they need to do something here to get themselves at least this third to transition into that defense.
That's true. It's true. 6-2 though. I mean, even 6-3 as a half feels very good, but you know, if they can get 7 here, it probably feels like it's wraps on Mexico already, and it's looking like that's going to be the case. Fine Dining with some fine work. Exactly what you want to be seeing. They see off the half excellently with a 7th on the board, and oh yeah, I don't know, Delusional, they're in a tough predicament. There's no two ways about it. This is not exactly what you want to be seeing. They are struggling to get going.
Yeah, they really are. It just seems like they have really not a lot of momentum. And now, like we talked about that momentum, you need to build something here, and especially on this GR. What is going on, Logic? How is he getting away with a double kill with the XM like that? Oh my, okay. Trying to make things a little bit flashy, a little bit interesting. That's what we were talking about in NA. Never would you see that in any other region, but hey, look, man, I'll take it. It's got to be a little eventful out here and always unpredictable.
Okay, XM. Looking for a fight, but for now, nothing really being given up. Slow with 1 minute 40, but from the breaks, a Swar Blossom. That's a lovely swing, it has to be said. Just, yeah, Evanator, no chance there at all. I'll be more as well. Uzar will get one of them, and then a quick trade. That's perfectly played. They just play off each other, and they know that they've got the numbers to work with.
Yeah, I do like this, and especially with the man advantage like this too. Like this smoke's gonna be perfect. Ooh, they're gonna wait until it blooms, and there it is. And really, really good discipline from them. Easy plant to get down. Now for Tooney, needs to be able to find 2. Does spot the head of 1 jump spawning, but it's a good distraction point. But Fine Dining will be able to get themselves into an 8th. And this is this crazy, just desperate play, man. You love to see it. You just absolutely love to see it. Just so chaotic and wild. I know it's not that big of a deal, but like you literally never see that in CFWL. Nobody ever plays this map. Plus, you never get to see the XM out like that. Just guns blazing.
Yeah, you don't get to see the XM. I'm a huge XM fan. I always have been. It has to be said. So I like seeing it. It has its moments. It has, there's a few angles on a few maps where maybe you can talk about it being pretty strong, but in general, I feel like it's a kind of like, just one particular like pocket strat or pocket play, or what we actually see it more often is like a bit of BM as well. Or, if somebody checks out and they want, just try and give themselves a little bit of confidence, pick up the XM and see you can do some damage with it. But yeah, not to beat is the way of putting it. Slight little tech pause as well before we get underway, but it's just looking like Fine Dining are on track to taking a final map number 1 under their belt. And yeah, really looking great. And if I'm right in saying this was not their pick, it was their opponent's map pick, right? It was Delusional's pick, I think, the Mexico. Yeah. So, the fact that this has been picked in against them as probably what I'm assuming is a little bit of a pocket strat, and it's absolutely not working. Credit to Fine Dining. Also makes you question about why we've picked into this.
Maybe something, but I'm kind of guessing this is their attack pause that's being called right now because things are falling apart, and they really need to figure out a new game plan because they're going to be down. I think it's 8-2 if I'm not mistaken, if my memory's coming a little bit short here, but you got a long road ahead of you. You got to pull 6 rounds in a row, even talking about a tie game, and that's assuming that Fine Dining can't be able to scrape themselves 1 round, putting that point on the board here. So it's a big wishful ask here, but this is the thing where this is the second series now where we've seen a map pick that's really just blundered, where we were kind of expecting map picks to go in favor for the people that chose it, and probably going to a third map is like the decider, obviously, but that's been kind of the opposite here to far.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, this for now feels like, if this is the level that Fine Dining are playing at, I'm being completely honest, I'm probably saying I'd be very surprised if they don't then go in towards map number 2 and just take that one comfortably as well, because it feels like in a similar way to even actually what we saw in our opening game of the day, where for Delusional and Showtime, they have the one thing going for them where, yes, they have a couple of individuals who are mechanically quite crisp, but the macro sense of the game plan here isn't working out for them. And that's the problem that is really starting to arise for me. So yeah, worrying times that we gotta find ourselves in, still are in this, I assume there was a attack pause, but actually be a little bit more of a tech pause now, just because it's been a couple more minutes. Maybe someone dropped out of the server or whatnot, but we'll have to wait and see. No, we are back, 8-2. 2 more rounds, of course, is all that Fine Dining needs to take this map.
Yeah, 2 more rounds. That's all it's needed, and then Fine Dining will be able to move themselves onto their map pick of Compound. But we'll see what Delusional has been able to figure out on this, because they had a little bit of extra time to have a conversation, but it has to happen now, right? Like we said, 6 rounds needed to push an 8-8, and that's assuming they can do this without any sort of a little bit of a hiccup around getting lost against them. So. But this also adds some pressure for Fine Dining, right? We always kind of say, NA is just historically known for this, and every sort of esport is just the choke factor. So I'll be curious if Fine Dining, really can stay true to their name and making sure it is fine and it's not an absolute choke.
Yeah. Well. 1 minute 25 is that. Looking for a little bit of something to work with. Fop closed, though. Is on. 1. Only 1, though. I'm surprised he didn't get away with the second there. Will be answered back. A bit of a shot there. through the smoke and a little bit blind as well. So fair play for the trade. Uzar, he had the opportunity of potentially getting 2, but unfortunately it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and this is again, this is always the tough thing because again, the BL side can be really difficult on this map, but I'm curious if Delusional are going to try to be a bit more aggro, you know, kind of poke and prod a little bit on this just to see if they can catch him off guard, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They're playing a really close setup. You know, you have the one player behind Forklift, double here on the other side of double door like this. So it's pretty standard. This is not too bad, kind of leaving, you know, B close in quarter here. It does actually look like Evan's going to push in as well. So these guys are going to potentially do a little pop flash. Yes, they are going to poke and prod. Why not? They want to try to mix things up, and not bad. I thought that could have bounced a little bit poorly for them, but it's a perfect bounce.
Well, last man of Alvin left with a lot to do. And let's be honest, this one is probably not getting off the ground. 10 seconds, that's for damn sure. Maybe a couple of constellation kills. Not even that. Doesn't get the luxury. So, Delusional will stay alive for a little bit, but plenty more needs to be done for us to even remotely start to get to a point of saying they've got a chance in this. I mean, if we're being completely honest, this is this is a spot where I can't see one in which Fine Dining let this one slip. They're looking for the most of fine. That's a bit of a hiccup, sure, but they've got so many opportunities to close this out.
They really do, and that's the thing too. It's not like the rounds even in the first half were like super close. Like that's kind of the other thing, right? They definitely like under a handful that, you know, where the 2v2s or like a 1v2, sure, but for the most part, it felt like Fine Dining really were taking it with some pretty big ease. But now Delusional being very aggressive again. They're just trying to lock in this choke point, but it's looking like that chokehold is not too bad. But now Blossom needs to be able to find some multi-kills here, and Alvin just trying to reposition himself as well. But this is looking bad because you can already see Evan's able to get the backstab, making it worse for wear here of Alvin needing to do something big with a 1-on-3, 2 players critically low. I don't know about this one, Uzar. You need your gun out instead of that utility, but maybe, just maybe, Alvin might be able to find something now. Still working with the minute and 20, doing a little bit of exploring.
Yeah, Alvin looking around. I mean, Tooney's low, right? So give just a bit of a possibility here. Evanator's sort of got to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the sense because he's the only one with HP. Alvin makes a little move and he's actually sort of thread the needle a bit here. 55 seconds, but he's made a step. I don't know if that's been heard. It seems like no, just judging by Evanator's sort of lack of reaction, but in time it's ticking. If you went B, it's completely open.
Oh boy.
Yeah, flanked.
And yeah, that was, good discipline. Good little crossfire for them. No pun intended, but all right. Well, I like it. Good attempt from Melvin too, right? I mean, that was a decent effort, but that's the thing is like, again, the defense, there's so many angles you can play, and that's the good and bad thing about it, but that's also the interesting part about it.
All right. Well, Delusional staying afloat a little bit, finding a bit of form, because you can just shell up on the sites and sort of kind of bait in the fights themselves a little bit. Like I said, though, because it was a really slow first half, I think all it takes is a couple of hiccups. Just spam. Alvin will get the first. Nice way to start things off. They get that kill, they dip away. They don't allow the possibility of a trade.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Really, really good play from them. Again, just find that duel, put that man advantage in your favor. Let's reposition. Let's just, settle it down a little bit. This is where Delusional, they are going to get a little bit more antsy. This is where they're probably going to want to try to re-aggress eventually on this and try to, just like that. Who expects Uzar to swing like that? Such a weird swing, but at least Evan's able to get a trade back. I was thinking, was his, swing really not worth it? But now KXN does spot one player, but he needs to worry about this player in double door as well. This flash is actually going to land nicely. Leaves here for the backstab. Should be able to find this kill, surely. But Alvin! Oh my god, I don't know how he gets away with that.
Yeah, lucky. Or maybe not even lucky, just instincts are beautiful. Okay. Nade over. Backside. Logic in trouble. Down he goes. All down to one man. Evanator. I mean, he's not exactly healthy here. 39 points of HP and a dead man walking. Fine Dining. Get map point here. And well, for Delusional. tough old predicament. They've now got to go 5 in a row, and that's to take us to overtime. I don't know if that's going to be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, this is a really tough one because I really do think that Fine Dining played that really, really well. And that's why we were kind of saying, like, it feels like they seem like just a bit more prepared on this. They're playing a lot better right now than Delusional, but they are on the GR side. So, I mean, that's kind of the one thing you have to consider as well. So, but again, they still have a 5-round buffer that they can work with to get the job done, to get across this finish line for the map pick against them. And now the smoke's going to be thrown here from A connector, which is nice because that's going to block off Uzar. But what will they do with it, though? Are they actually going to try to split into this A site? Because, again, you have to remember, there's essentially 3 players that are here. You already have Leaves as close on by. Oh, this could be just devastating. Ooh. But he only gets the 1.
Yeah, he actually pulls away from that second guy because I think he just thought he killed him, but he hadn't. Yeah, tough. He maybe did the old kind of classic of looking for that third fight without even confirming the second one. A little unfortunate, but still far from the end of the world. I mean, 4 versus 4. Both Logic and Alvin are low here, so you look towards the other players, a bit more HP to kind of take these fights.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like a risk you can try, but if he would have been able to find that double, that honestly would have put them in such a better position for this round. But I mean, Alvin's low, right? I mean, Alvin's got to be less than 10 HP right now. Alvin's dead, so it doesn't really matter. He's not part of the conversation. But really nice shot here with the Yalm. So Logic's going to go down. So they're going to be able to get this A site, and actually even the spray down with the M4, that's just going to add a little bit more insult to injury. Evanator now gets himself across out of the doorway, but now it's about hitting so many different shots. This Alm is just making great connections. A missed smoke now, so this is worse for wear, and this might be all over here, Nao. This might be the end of it. The map pick of Delusional might just seem to be the blunder. It might be the one that's not the best flavor they wanted, and he has to go against 3 players and look at the position from them. The time is the essence here, and this thing should be all done and dusted, and indeed it is. A 10-4 for Fine Dining here on Mexico.
Yeah, you know, played together, swung off the back of each other. It's all you really have to work at there. It's the numbers game. Nice and simple. Play for the trades, and they always have that insurance policy over towards elbow too, just in case things went south. So a really, really nice showing out from Fine Dining. You know, a couple of rounds in that second half, which maybe we could say were a little bit lackluster by kind of their metrics, but overall, a very, very good showing on Mexico. And they take their opponent's map pick with ease, and it absolutely changes the narrative now heading in towards the series, where we have to look over the other side for Delusional about what do they actually have up their sleeves. Or going on towards, you know, that was meant to be the sort of this pocket pick and an opportunity for them to find some success, and it obviously, you know, just didn't work out for them. So are they actually going to have a chance towards map number 2 on a map in which sort of everybody knows?
Yeah, and that's the thing. It seemed like, honestly, the firepower just looked a lot better from Fine Dining as well. Like I was kind of saying, you know, for Delusional, I like the fact that there was a core of them that have played together back in the day, like under different organizations and things like that. But I think really we just got to see Fine Dining hitting way better shots. And again, their system just seemed to be a little bit more top notch, I would say, versus than what we saw from Delusionals. But yeah, it's always a tough one, right? Like it's a tough pill to swallow when you lose your map pick. Not to say you can't do a reverse sweep, but they clearly had a pick for Mexico for whatever reason. And, you know, you got to give it to Fine Dining because, like, for a map that's never played, they made it look like they've been on it before and a couple times at it too.
Yeah, honestly, they made it look really clean. I think, you know, the way you got to kind of give them respect is they've obviously done quite a decent amount of work on that map, even if it's kind of one that is, like you said, so rarely played. It's actually, I think, always a really positive sign to show kind of just the caliber of practice and work and all the rest that teams have got under their belt. Even they've got Mexico actually to a really clean sort of level, and you could see their timings, their intuition, and all the rest was very, very solid. So I'm impressed with them. You know, the hope is that that's a sign of things to come as well, right? Where we can now get to looking towards map number 2, and a map that is way more commonly played and way more comfortable, and obviously is the pick of Fine Dining too, where they can just say, hey, you know, if that's what we're like on a map in which we probably weren't even that prepared for, I don't think they probably would have expected that to be picked in map 1 against them, right? So if that's how clean they're looking on a map in which they probably very rarely play, generally speaking, then I'm really interested to see what they look like heading in towards map number 2, a map in which obviously they played quite a decent amount in the groups as well, and they're going to have to a considerably cleaner level on top of that. So yeah, impressive work for Fine Dining. I mean, that's a really good showing for me.
It really is, yeah. And no, I couldn't agree with you more, because I think now we gotten rid of Mexico out of the equation. Now we're going into compound where, like we said, a lot of teams have played it. It's been around for a very long time. It's kind of like a staple, I would say. So I think for fine dining, like the way they were playing on Mexico, I definitely think it's going to be a good system for them going into this map. But that's the same thing, is that I know Delusional, they're going to have to really show us a little bit more now if they won't even keep themselves in this conversation, because like you were just talking about, it's whoever loses this is out, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, you don't get a second chance, where we saw the 2 previous games, that was, you know, even though they lost, that means they get another chance, their last chance. But this is like the do or die round that we get to see, so everything is riding on this. And it kind of seems like fine dining really don't want to go home yet. They want to see what they can be able to bring with the competition here in NA.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, unlike those first 2 games today, where if things don't go well, they can just be like, okay, right, we'll reset and go in towards tomorrow. That isn't the case here, right? So they have to try and make, you know, it work here and now. And obviously right now for Delusional, it's not actually looking all too good. So definitely got to take, you know, a bit of a step up and use this sort of 10-minute break effectively. They've got to try and have a conversation, right? How are we going to approach it towards map number 2 and make it work for us? Because the issue that we're seeing is that they're just not stepping up in the way that they need to, right? Well, yes, we're seeing a few individuals, you know, Izzo wasn't exactly terrible all the way throughout, but as a whole, it's the more macro sense of the game where they just don't have a way to break down what is an incredibly good showing out from fine dining. Alvin looked fantastic, 3.33 KD for him, and 1.43 kills per round is not a bad way to go about things at all. He looked crisp.
Yeah, he definitely looked really crispy, and I mean, for him to put himself in that kind of stats, like, it's just that's pretty unreal. Because I mean, even behind him, you know, like KXN at a 1.63, and yeah, everybody was putting themselves essentially over a 1.0, which is great to see. But you got to give it to him. But that's the thing too, where I think in the other sense is, you know, for the other team, they weren't even able to get, you know, really close to a 1.0 KD at all. So yeah. I don't know. It was a tough one. I thought it was going to be interesting, just considering how fast the first couple rounds were, and then it just really felt like fine dining, like you said, the macro play really started to play a big effect for them in the positive note, right? So that's going to be the big thing here going into compound as well, is because you can't just rely on your aim. You can't rely on just the raw fragging abilities. Yes, it's going to play a factor, but you need to get that map control. You need to be able to lock down the sites, and you have to be able to get map presence on the blacklist side. Yeah. So that's kind of the thing. But Neil, I guess we got a little bit misled, or you know, the teams are like, you know what, we want to go, we don't want to wait any longer, and we're just going to go straight into the damn action, and why not? And it's just going to be a full little bit of a bar fight here in B main, and it's a little bit of back and forth, and now Toonie trying to stay alive, but no, it's going to be fine dining once again, and it's looking damn fine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Logic needs something quite miraculous here. I don't think it's going to be the case, though. If I'm being completely honest, this is probably done and dusted. I mean, a 1v3 would be pretty bad to throw away. I mean, so we've seen some nice clutches today, that's for sure. But, I mean, this one feels like there's such, you know, there's so little to work with just because nobody's taking any damage, right? So he's got to take 3 fights where they're grouped up together. They're not even being isolated. I mean, this is perfect. This is all you want to see, right? Just don't allow him the opportunity to make this work in your favor. So, yeah. So we're going to come down. He is in the right direction. He sort of called this well, but I don't know if it's going to make a difference. Alvin might get caught, but now he's sort of giving away his position. He's spamming away. He'll get caught. Perfectly played. Fine dining. Brilliant. Very little we can say on a bad note for them. Once again, they start as they finished in that previous map. Maximum effectiveness.
Yeah, maximum effort and effectiveness as well. And I mean, that's the thing about Delusional I kind of like, is they're trying these like quick little pocket aggressions. They're like, yeah, let's just get really aggro. Let's see if it can catch them off guard. It's not working for them, but look, I like the creativity. They're trying it again. They, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't, I guess, but they just want to see if they can find it. But it's fine dining. They're reading them like a book. They have a really good, you know, pretty much idea of what's going to be happening here. Logic does have himself deep in a mid like this. They might not expect him to be here, but again, the way the macro play has been from fine dining, they really do clear a lot of corners, but this is an important play here for Logic. He has to be able to find this kill. He gets annihilated. They just completely find him. Where's Waldo? Yeah, it's easy.
This is what they do best, isn't it, right? I mean, they're such a joy to watch, you know, as we saw into that previous map, when they have this understanding of where we're going to find openers and how we're going to then utilize that as a bit of a catalyst to a round in our favor. Let's get back over towards lower B and trying to just play around here and be a bit of a nuisance. Don't want to overfight, of course, Evenator, but you can't afford to just get a freebie kind of give away this position. It's got to be locked down in some way. If you give it away, it gives a lot of control for Fine9 to work with. But then again, speaking of control, Blossom, look at the position he's got.
Yeah, great position. I always love this post mount position just because if your teammates can cause a little bit of distraction,
Ooh, hello.
It might be able to find something. Yeah, hello indeed. And Tooney puts himself in a little particular spot here and somehow is still alive. Nobody's hunted him out yet. Evenator, oh my god, he was trying to have trigger discipline in Alvin. Yeah, he was able to pass the sniff test here. He's able to spot somebody out, and there we go. Once again, like a pretty much clean round considering that KXN goes to the grave. But honestly, this is where Delusional are going to have to do something big. They can't just rely on these aggression plays. They have to try something differently, and it just seems like everything's falling apart so quickly in front of them.
Yeah, Fine9, they're fun to watch, man. Honestly, this is such a cool showing from them. Delusional, not the start that they were looking for, that's for sure. They are struggling to get going. And I think if things continue and on this trajectory, you can see Fine9 put up a really, really effective first half where before you know it, it's sort of already done before it even begins. And this is unfortunately the position that we're currently in. Worrying spot. But other ideas. Nice shot going to come through. Logic will start things off well, and he gets a second behind it. That's much better from Delusional. Taking control early.
Yeah, let's get some of that control. But again, like now for them to have the man advantage like this, what are they going to do with this? Are they going to keep kind of putting a little bit more aggression on this? Or are they going to be able to pull back a little bit? You can even see that Uzar is playing mid by himself. So, I mean, now he's starting to fall back a little bit. You can see there's even some aggression here from Evenator, just really, really scouting things out through that tiny little bit of a window. But there is some support. I believe that's Tooney just close on by as well. So now, Fine9, they're running into a bit of a trap. But KXN, beautiful shot. I don't know if Blossom's been able to spot this player, but Tooney just running for his life. Doesn't get away with a headshot in the mid-run, so that might be able to buy them just enough time. But Tooney, you gotta hide. What are you doing? He's still just keeping the aggression moving, but look at this. Fine9, they got themselves in the sight.
Yeah, that's not good. Flank player spotted out as well, and who's not going to get caught? Uh-oh. How have we let this round slip away? It was basically a guarantee. How have we let it get now down to a numbers advantage out for Fine9? Granted, though, C4 hasn't crossed. Now it has. That's the issue, because they have that smoke. They could utilize it in their favor. Can't deny. They can pop shots. He's hoping he should get caught here. Colt pulled out, and he will be found. I can't believe Delusional have lost that round, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I'm with you. It was looking really good. Like, Logic was able to find, some really nice, opening duels, but just like, again, like that, I think that was a really good thing you made of a point of is like the macro play. And now we're going to see them they're going to run mid. They're like, you know what? We tried B main a couple times. Let's just take mid control. Let's see if we can, win some firefights. Yeah, sure. They get this control and now they can be a little bit more aggro, but look at how fast the Fine9 are just prepared for this. Like they barely take too much damage and they already win the opening duel. So again, Delusional, it kind of seems like a one-trick pony, right? It's like hold W here, hold W there, and let's see what happens. And it's literally backfired 3 times now for them.
Yeah, they're really trying to kind of slow them down in the early part of this round, right? They're trying to take some control, and I like the idea around trying to take some control in its kind of the fundamental understanding behind it. The only issue is, though, is that we're just seeing how easily and kind of how effectively Fine9 can just, I don't know, put them right back in their place. They're so happy to fight, right? This is the issue. Leaves needs to be careful here. Needs to be very careful indeed, because things could very quickly go south on him if he overextends. If he falls, it gives them that lower B control, and with that position, they can do so much work.
Yeah, I like this idea from the big flank. I think that's actually from Evenator, but it's not going to matter. Look at how far away he is. Like, yeah. I mean, the idea would have been better if it was a lot earlier in the round, but yeah, it's just now he's put himself so far away. He has to go for quite a bit of a distance, go down long A. and the post plan already from Fine Dining, you already have 5 players alive. So this is not looking good right now for Delusional.
No.
And Emanator's already spotted himself out. He wins the fight, sure. Yeah, you can take that duel, who cares? But now Fine Dining know exactly where he is. Oh, hang on a second. I don't know how they're winning this. Now we're finally starting to see KXN. Okay, they clean it up. It gets a little bit sloppy, but they'll get a 4-0.
Yeah, for a moment it looked a little worrying, I'll say that, but thankfully they are able to, like you said, kind of clean it up. And yeah, I mean, honestly, once again, more of a showing out from Fine Dining where they just showcase how good they are in terms of the understanding of very good post plant. They don't give really opportunities to work with. Emanator needs to be careful here. He is sort of in the open and could potentially be caught off guard. He's out actually committed to this fight. He actually can't really escape. Can he take a couple of scalps with him? The answer's no, but at least Toonie can answer back for one of his own. So it's not exactly like they get a kill for free and they can fall away for free. At least they're taking a trade.
Yeah, trade is better than nothing, right? I mean, so, but now, again, when you're down in the number here for the GR side, it's like, what are we going to do with this? And I mean, the most standard setup you should be seeing is a 2-2, right? Or you kind of put the one player that can anchor B, but play in a position where a teammate is close for the rotate to making sure that they, don't lose the site control. Because post plan on the B site is so difficult. Like retaking into that site, probably the most difficult, I would argue, but we'll see. Right now, still kind of floating on the outskirts of A, putting a little bit more heaviness on the B side. So for Fine Dining, they can just still kind of, again, evaluate what they want to do. Looks like mid is going to be the name of the game here, but is this going to work?
That's a big question. Oh, leg shot coming through. Takes off asking. Thankfully, the Cole does the job. Trades are decent as well. Logic trying to quite quickly rotate over. C4 is down, right? I mean, that's the one thing they got to work with. Alvin out range. And HE actually could do a bit of damage to him, but actually Alvin does all the difference. Blossom trying to play up close. The issue is here is just because that C4 is down, that Leaves doesn't actually exactly have to fight, but now the C4 is collected. That would have been heard. He looks in for the fight, but Alvin at range utilizes his position well. Beautiful stuff, isn't it? Super simple, super easy. Exactly what you want to be seeing. Yeah, and a wonderful show. Once again, Fine Dining just continue this flawless run. They're looking for the 2-0 to, honestly, finish up the day in quite a quick fashion.
Yeah, they really are. They want to join the trend, right? Like so far, in case anybody's just joining now, like the previous 2 series, yes, they were all 2-0. So we were kind of saying like this could be like a bit of a top heavy situation, and it kind of seems like it may be, right? Because right now, Fine Dining are showing us, the prime example of why they wanted to play this map. This is their pick. So for them to be a 5-0, I mean, the emotions are probably just the highest they can be on the chart right now. These guys are probably just so pumped, but they got to make sure they don't, pre-celebrate too early, but I'm not too worried about it so far.
I'm with you, man. Oh, Spark, though. Nice shot. Emanator gets caught. Logic's heard. I'm sure Boston knows about this. U-turn hand, though. He was throwing a smoke, and yeah, that'll cost him his life. Definitely not what he wanted to, that's for sure. Toonie could be in a bit of trouble. He will get caught on the way out. Logic, they knew where he was as well, because, sure, he got his kill earlier, but it won't mean any sort of difference in the round. So yeah, I mean, simple stuff once again at the end, right? And this is, I don't know about you, man. I don't really think this is going to change. I think this is going to be 2-0 very comfortably.
It kind of feels like it, honestly. It feels like, the writing's kind of on the wall so far, and like you're up 6-0 on the BL side. Like there was only the really odd round that was close. But honestly, I would say Fine Dining have really been on like some smooth waters on this. So that's the thing is for Delusional, like this is, they already lose their map pick pretty convincingly. Now they're losing this, and like again, this just puts the mental and like the worst of the dumps, right? Like they have a long road to climb, and they haven't even been able to find a singular round to even get rid of this goose egg, and that's hard to do too. When you're playing, like you do think about these things, because it really does work against you.
We were kind of joking about it and saying how, there was no break in between the 2 maps. We went straight back into it. That's probably the worst thing that Delusional could have done, unfortunately, because it really feels like it has been a tough predicament for them. They are just seriously struggling to get going, and unfortunately, I don't really know if things are going to change at any point now. A slow round though from Fine Dining, at least in this position. They're not giving up too much in the early part of this game, but yeah, you know, we already said it. It does feel like the writing's on the wall, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one. But for any fine dining fans, I mean, they're going to be really ecstatic, because that it means if they can get this job done, like we said, they move on. Delusional's out, so I'll be the first team eliminated here from the NA section. So, but 34 seconds remain, and now it's going to look like a bit of a split. But there is 2 defenders in this site. This is important. So Evanator has to lock this down. Has to be able to at least find 1. 2 would be great. Now Spark giving his backup. Now he just gives himself a bit more of a chance. They're not even clearing him. Now we finally get to see Delusional do something with this, putting themselves on a 4-on-1. And yes, indeed, they will get rid of the goose egg, and they're back on the boards.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, hey, at this point, we'll sort of take anything, I think, is the mindset that we're kind of having, right? Just because there is a world in which they can pull off a bit of a comeback. You know, get the 6-3 half. It is not the end of the world, but I mean, definitely feels like we're going to need something quite miraculous to give us sort of any chance in this, but it's better than nothing, right? At least we can say this is the start of where maybe if they can get 6-3, we can go into that second half, take a couple of rounds in the early point, and before you know it, it's a close game. But, you know, we're talking about the absolute best case scenario. The other side is that Fine Dining could just come right back in and start catching heads. Logic takes, you know, a little bit of a labored shot there and can't quite make that one work for him.
Yeah, you can even see for Delusional too. Like they're just playing such a clustered in the sites, right? They're playing so defensive, and I mean, maybe that's the play, because they've tried. Like I said, I was giving so much criticism about you've done 3 times in a row where you're trying to be super aggro. There's no middle ground right now. It's one extreme to the other extreme. So it's just like now Fine Dining getting a ton of real estate, and this is what I was saying on this map, man. If you can be on the BL side and you can get this much control without taking damage, or you have to worry about too much. That's a great thing to be in right now, because now Emanator is going to be playing the same spot. But again, you can't just have this one trick pony to kind of buy you another round.
Mm-hmm. So, with this quiet sort of position that we're in, what is the play? You know, smoke out towards front of A, and no decision really being made at the moment. I mean, Tooney's he's got the right idea. He might be given a chance here. Takes a pop shot as he shows up his head. He actually shoots a little early, and he actually could be in a bit of trouble, and it will cost Uzar his life. So in a way, him not hitting that shot cost him his life. And now Logic under a lot of pressure. Blossom will clear him, actually. Was initially not even looking towards that close left. They've got the site. They've got both sides, in all fairness. And Evanator should get caught on the flank. Oh my god, labored, but it will be Fine Dining finding another round. That was, yeah, a little weird for a moment there.
Yeah, it was a little weird, a little awkward. I mean, that's just NA, baby. Like,
yeah,
that's just what we do. But yeah, it's, again, we talked about, you know, the depths of the macro play and everything from Fine Dining. There it is right there, right? Like the fact that you said, I loved what that quote you used. Yeah, they have both sites, so they had any option they wanted to. So they did a really good execute and really, you know, caught Delusional with the pants down, essentially. So it's a good note, and now they even find the opening duel again, putting themselves in that 5-on-4 so early on. And now this is where Delusional, they start to get really aggressive, right? This is where they start to get really antsy. Uzar, not even a good attempt on that, just gives up his body. So it kind of feels like the white flag is getting thrown around here, and this could be a quick GG.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. This is feeling like we could be seeing the beginning of the end. Oh, like that. Nice angle. Leaves gonna get caught. He doesn't even really realize that he can kind of be posted up there. Well played. Up close, Evanator tries to be a little audacious, and try as you might, it won't make a difference. Great work. Great work indeed. And bit by bit, we are just seeing this control start to drift away. I mean, any sort of a chance or a hope. You know, if we're being completely honest, it does actually just feel like Delusional or completely kind of mentally checked out, doesn't it?
It really does. It actually really does feel like it. To me, it's hard to say, but it just really didn't feel like they were trying anything that experimental. They were just kind of looking like they were defeated already and deflated. So we'll see. Maybe them being on the BL side will be the resurrection of them. I have no idea, but not looking good when Alvin's hitting shots like that. Alvin's just popping off. Alvin's finding himself a double. Make it a triple. Why not, Alvin? And now things have fallen apart, and down to 2 players. They don't even have the C4 control. They have to refight for this a little bit. Tooney might be able to get himself something, but no. It's going to be a big spark, and there we go. Map and series point is on the docket here for Fine Dining.
Yeah, start the music. You know what I'm saying? This is feeling like it could be done and dusted. I mean, even if a couple of rounds come through for Delusional, I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference. You hear that music, and that really does spell what could be the beginning of the end here. Spark, down he goes. Could be the same story for Alvin as well, but no, he's going to get one, and somehow still alive for the brief moment. Does get overwhelmed, though. Too many numbers there, so at the very least, an advantage for Delusional. Maybe just the chance. Nade actually perfectly placed, but Uzar, while he chunks it, takes a lot of damage. He's still alive. Back and forth. So, back to the 1 versus 1. Oh my, for a moment that felt uncomfortable. Leaves will see it off. There was a brief moment there that could have gone wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, I swear, like, this, when the music comes on, I swear it never goes for the other team. Like, I swear it's always the team that's losing that's able to get the first round at least. Like, I think of Vietnam, how many times we went through this, and I was like, this isn't working. Like, it's almost like it does the opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. But look, we'll see now. Sparks gonna get himself a nice double kill. How is he still alive?
Yeah.
How did he stay alive that long? And finally we get something back. But Neo, this is looking just like again defeat once again.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that even given the luxury of getting a reload off there is kind of crazy. Blossom wants to close it here and now, but he can't. Hang on. Still a 1 versus 2. Evenator is so low. Going to commit towards that plant. Sure, he's going to put a 40-second timer above the heads of Fine Dining, but it's not about the time. It's about whether he can hit the shots, and he can't. That will be all she wrote. Fine Dining closes it out 10-2 on map number 2 and take the series 2-0. Lads, that was a beautiful showing. Honestly, one of the quicker compounds I've seen in a hot minute as well. They played that lights out from the get-go.
Yeah, I was actually going to say that too, because I feel like, you know, in Vietnam we talked about it like every single round. It felt like it was right down to the last 20-30 seconds. This was a totally different story, totally different scenario. But yeah, very quick, easy day here on Compound. But honestly, a lot of 2-0s to get day 1 done and dusted here for the NA action. But yeah, that's exciting. And for Fine Dining, it actually does make me a little bit more curious of what they're going to be able to bring through the lower bracket run now, because they're going to be playing Showtime. So that'll be a fun match to see in addition. But that means Delusional, they're done. They're packing the bags, and it's a short-lived little bit of a tournament run. But honestly, it's not a bad thing, because Fine Dining really did look a lot more prepared today.
Yes, exactly. Fine Dining were just a better side. They had a lot more to offer up. They looked clean from the get-go, and I'm super impressed with what I saw from them. And honestly, if things continue at that rate, who knows? They actually could put a bit of work on towards Showtime. Showtime didn't offer us a lot in towards that opening series of the day, so there's maybe worlds in which we can find, you know, a bit of something to work with at the very least, right? At the very least, we could talk about how if Showtime bring the level that they did earlier today in towards tomorrow's game, who knows, right? They could be caught off guard again, so they need to really make sure they're awake and kind of, you know, live and kicking for that one. But tomorrow should be quite an exciting day, right? We've got those 2 lower bracket games. Obviously, SG found themselves in the lower bracket, which I don't think a lot of people expected, and then the fact that we've got the grand final to you know, see things off, who's going to be going towards the international stage. It's a cool Sunday, Super Sunday as they call it.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, it's, you know, it's going to be a lot of good action, because again, that lower bracket run is going to be the 2 matches, and then we'll see whoever wins that will be able to play, you know, against the, you know, AA essentially in the grand finals. And that's always that kind of goes back to the original point we made, is like, look, like, is for AA, they're going to be able to sit and kind of watch a little bit of the opponents they're playing, but I hope they're going to be able to keep themselves warm, you know, right? I mean, that's something I think we saw from Swamp, where they looked just so cold. Like, it was just ice cold from them, right? So we'll just have to see if that's going to be the same case tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of teams really just fighting for their lives, to just pushing to play the behemoth of the AA team.
Yeah, no, it's true. For these highlights, and yeah, super simple stuff, if we're being completely honest. It was a brilliant showing. I don't really think there was really any weaknesses at all, but I think a lot of this shows have been how confident Fine Dining were, right? They were super happy to play kind of, you know, aggressive, up in your face, just because they knew they were better. And I think, you know, I have a lot of respect for that. I do wonder whether that mental changes a little bit against Showtime. Showtime should be a little bit more of a fearsome opposition. They've at least got something up their sleeve, but yeah, I'm interested, right? I think the big thing for me is looking at this and saying, can we see that level of confidence in towards tomorrow's game? Because if Fine Dining do bring that, I do think they could potentially pull off a little bit of something special. But, you know, you run through the scoreboard at the end. Alvin looked fantastic, of course, 3.2 KD, 1.33 kills around, which is great. And over on the side, no one even finishing positive over towards Delusional. It really showcases just how rough things were.
Yeah, it really was just kind of showcasing. They really just felt like they were kind of in the wrong class, right? It felt like it was just a whole other weight division, really. And Fine Dining, like, I agree with you. I think they are a team that could definitely show potentially an upset. I think that match against Showtime, if I'm not mistaken, will be really, really interesting just because that could be, you know, a 3-map series as well. I think these guys played really well. You could see that Alvin put himself at a 3.20 and everybody was essentially 1.0 except for Blossom, but even Blossom played a really good game. So yeah, we'll have to see what Fine Dining can do with a little bit more stiff competition.
Yeah, no, it's true. It is true. I mean, they are definitely going to be tested a little bit more tomorrow, but 10-4, 10-2, they weren't tested today. That is for damn sure. They looked great all the way throughout. In Mexico as well, that was really the tell, right? Because for Delusional, that was this sort of pocket pick for them where it's like, right, I'm going to throw a spanner in the works here. I'm going to bring something that you definitely didn't sort of expect. And then at the same time, they made it look easy. So brilliant showing. MVP, no surprises, Alvin. He was fantastic all the way throughout both maps. 3.27 KD, 1.38 kills per round. What a showing from him. He really had no weaknesses all the way throughout.
No, not at all. And honestly, I think he played his role really, really well. Like, I mean, he was able to get the arm and rotate it around, make the right, you know, connection to shots. So you love to see it. And that's where we always, you know, really emphasize that, you know, if your sniper can play quite well and get those duels and kind of find like 1 or 2, if not more, obviously they're playing the role perfectly. And Alvin did that here. Like, Alvin was able to put themselves in great positioning here, you know, countless times on both maps. So job well done for Alvin. But here's the bracket. Here's how things are going to pan out for tomorrow. And like we said, it is going to be the lower bracket round of Showtime versus Fine Dining. But then that winner will be going against Swamp, which then the winner of that, as you can see, will go against Aliens Army. So there's a lot of lower bracket runs here tomorrow, Neo, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, same. You know, we had 2-0s all the way throughout today as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether things change tomorrow. We get a little bit of a closer game because, you know, we had a little conversation before kind of coming on towards today's show, and we were saying that we have a feeling that things could start off quite top heavy. That's just generally how it is in a region which doesn't have that much to kind of offer up, right? You know, obviously we saw Swamp Gaming make their way towards CFWL, and it wasn't the best of showing from them. So it can be quite top heavy. The difference between you know, even just the top and the middle of the pack side. So I'm looking forward to seeing how things play out tomorrow. Maybe we see a couple of closer games. Potentially that Fine Dining Showtime game could be one which has a little bit more on offer, you know, and could actually even push towards a third mapper. But all in all, a great showing today, right? And it sets up for a pretty interesting day tomorrow. We got 2 lower bracket games and then a grand final as well. Swamp Gaming, of course, they'll be wanting their revenge over the AA side, but it's just whether they can, right? You know, whether they can even make it through their lower bracket game first of all, and then whether they can pull off that upset in towards the grand final, because so far Aliens Army look fantastic.
Yeah, they definitely do. Aliens Army definitely looks like they could be, you know, the top contender to get themselves booked for the finals. So that's the thing that's really exciting about them. So it's kind of a story about, you know, can Swamp Gaming, you know, be able to pull through and get themselves a second chance to fight for this, or do we see one of these lower bracket teams that's able to cause the upset and then they're going to go against Aliens Army? So there's so much riding on this, and I have no idea what to expect from this, but we'll have to find out because that's going to be a tomorrow's question. But that's it for us here on the desk from Neokai and myself, Laz, and of course, thank you production, thank you viewers for watching some NA action. But same time, same place tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. We'll see you later.